Get little nav map up and running here. Let me do a quick function check on my chat window. Works on Twitch, works on YouTube. Nice. F7. Delete, delete. Export for 2024. Save. And then we're going to take that and put that down here. All right, awesome. Got our map all set up. Let's go into this and do flight planner. Load plan file, load from PC. Open. Send to avionics. Alright, cool. We should be good. Zoom out one notch. Clip that away. Alright. So one thing I did notice slightly different today that I never noticed before is there is actually a tail rotor lock right there, and I'm curious. Yeah, okay. It gets removed when you take the windsock off. I'm like, I don't remember ever having to remove that. So yeah, you can see there's a hole right there and right there. And you put that rotor lock in it and you put a pin through it and it freezes it so it can't move. So, yeah. I was also able to change my ID number, so that's good. In the past, when you changed that, it didn't actually stick. Now it does, so that's another thing they fixed. Alright. The wind is blowing slight tailwind right now. Alright. Horn works. Sim volume 50. Sim volume 70. Let me double check. Like, what is... And Commander Keith, good morning. Hope you're doing well. I don't know why. Why am I having... Is it because it's a new flight simulator, technically? Open volume mixer. Sim volume 50. No, it's... Hold on a minute. Yeah, freaking weird. Annoying, though. Shoot. Still have this damn cough. Alright, let's do some setting up of the aircraft. So we start off removing all the extra people from the back. Cargo. Not carrying any cargo. Fuel. Full tank of fuel. Then we go back and make sure that it has my weight inside. 200 pounds. Load. And there, we are good to go. Clear left, clear right, and clear. Cover over that. Avionics on. Heard the engine start up a lot sooner that time. The igniters, when the igniters are going off, they're loud. Like, it's like tick, 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 tick. Like, you hear them firing constantly during this stage of the fight, or flight. This stage of the engine startup, I should clarify, but... Okay, lights work. Rolling up. Horn on. See, I don't know why we're getting these random spikes where the needle just kind of just bounces up for no reason at all. What are you doing? Should just be stabilized now. Gatorade. I don't remember exactly. Don't know why that's not playing. Oh. No, I don't know why it's not playing. Huh. That's weird. So, okay. Let me now explain a couple other things going on today. I have a couple new add-ons today. I have an add-on that completely redoes the trees. So you'll notice that the trees will actually have, you know, clearings where clearings are supposed to be. I also am running a program called Bush Talk. Now, Bush Talk, the interesting thing with it is if I find a point of interest, we'll have a thing play. So, we'll see. We'll see how that works. But, yeah. Alright. Let's get out of here. Light on. Clear right, clear left. Picking up. A damn tailwind. Wanted to spin us around. Very interesting building shape. Those are some really big birds that were casting huge shadows on the ground. Wait, what? These are new. Hold on. These have like an optical illusion. Like, they're... You see their shadows down there? That's absolutely massive. What the hell is this? There's no bird that's that big. But yeah, as you can clearly see, I have another bird mod. These things are... Why are these things flying faster than my helicopter? I'm sorry, but no, they're not. They don't get that. Not that big. Yeah, I think those are like easily 4 times larger than they should be. You shouldn't be able to see their shadow like that on the ground. I'm going to put in a report because that. I mean, that's cool that they have the birds, but that's way too big. But you can kind of see, like, I mean. It clears the tree mod that I have clears up a lot of the random trees that are on the fields and stuff, so we don't have that anymore, which is really nice. First bug splat. Right there. It's always right there. I might need to search for a clean Windows mod or something, because they get dirty. Yep, a little bit windy today. We have 21 knots of wind right now. Sorry, correction, 27. Last few days in England have been like 15. Next track. Volume 30. Alright, our first airport is right in front of us. Let me do a couple things here. Alright, where are you? A couple miles away. Wind speed has climbed to 30. So we're going to take advantage of that and land it into the wind. I think I see the runway. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I see the runway. Still plenty good on fuel. It's like an old military base with all these pads everywhere. Kill some speed. And right into the wind. So, at about 30 knots of airspeed, which is right about there. Yeah, our ground speed is next to nothing. Alright. Is this that song that played the other day? Yeah, it is. Alright. Picking up. Volume 40. Alright, now we have a 30-knot tailwind. Our ground speed is going to be awesome here. Oh, of course, as soon as we pick back up off the ground, the wind has died to 15 knots. Of course it did. All right. Ah, it's picked up to 30 again. $150 knot across the ground. Ooh, a little pause there. Can see some sheep down below. I see some down there. Also see some right there and right there. I think it's still sheep. There is something really big on top of that hill over there. Yeah, definitely some large building over there. All right. Saw 156 across the ground. Deviating slightly. Curious what this is. Is this building really there? Or volume 20? Is this building really there, or is this a glitch of somebody's information out of the building too tall? It's in, it looks like a church. So probably not. It is probably a church on top of the hill. That makes a lot of sense right there. Why does that look... That looks slightly customized. I don't know. Usually the churches don't get steeples like that unless they're customized. All right. Where is this? We are currently in the north of France. So, let's see here. I'm right there right now. I don't even know where I am. We're going to be crossing the French-Belgium, Swedish border maybe today, like all over the place. You can kind of see how crazy my route is. The route kind of does this thing where it wiggles back and forth, and then it gets down here, then it comes back, and then we go back toward the coastline, and we're essentially going to be filling this up. So... Might get into Germany today, too, at some point. Switzerland, I'm not sure. Swedish? I don't know, this is it's a French playlist, so I have no idea. Volume 30? Whoa. That's a lot of birds. A lot of birds that are bigger than my helicopter for some weird reason. What did I say? Swedish are from Sweden, the Swiss are from Switzerland. I'm messing that up. Alright. I'm gonna quickly do an active pause. Pause music. Okay, bear with me, guys. I need to check the status of the new program that I got, because I don't... Okay, we're gonna try something. I have no idea if it's gonna work or not, so just bear with me. There is a point of interest directly to the west of us. So what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna fly over that and see if I can get it to activate. Okay, so just... yeah, bear with me a minute. We're gonna try to get this. Oh yeah, the definite scenic route. By the time I actually finish, we would have gone around the equator multiple times. Okay, so apparently there is a point of interest directly in front of us. And it's going to take a little bit of time to get over there because I am in a helicopter. Shoot. But what this Bush Talk radio thing is supposed to do is when you get near one, it's supposed to literally talk about it. Let's see if I can get it to work. So these are the point of interest nearby. A lot of stuff from World War II. Don't know which one this one is. You know what I might have to do? They did mention that they had a little nav map kind of plug-in that it would show these point of interest on the little nav map, and I'm now... might need to load that in. Now there are some setting things that... see, I don't have options on this. It's all on the web-based thing, so we're getting close though. I don't know how far away from it you need to be before it activates though either. I can't move over to it with the mouse because I'm focused on the game. I wonder if there's a way to import those into the flight sim so I can actually... Oh no, it is! The point of interest is in the flight sim. Maybe that's part of the mod. Ooh, okay. So we do have it in the sim then. Okay. So 2 miles away, let's see how quickly it activates.
From the 2nd Battalion, Royal Warwickshire Regiment, 4th Battalion Cheshire Regiment, as well as French soldiers.
Can you guys hear that?
Of a military
I might need to turn the volume up.
Taken to a barn in La Plaine aux Bois near Wormhout on the 28th of May 1940. The Allied troops had become increasingly alarmed at the brutal conduct of the SS soldiers en route to the barn, which included the shooting of a number of wounded stragglers. On arrival at the barn, the most senior British officer in the group, Captain James Lynn Allen, protested but was immediately rebuked by an SS soldier. With nearly 100 men inside the small barn, soldiers from the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler threw stick grenades into the building, killing many POWs. The grenades failed to kill everyone, largely due to the bravery of 2 British NCOs, Sergeant Stanley Moore and Augustus Jennings, who hurled themselves on top of the grenades, using their bodies to suppress the force of the explosion and shield their comrades from the blast.
It's playing twice. Hold on. It was playing twice because I had it open on 2 computers. That's my fault, guys. The first one started playing first because it had a different distance setting than the other one. But it works. I just need to make sure it's either playing in one or the other. Sorry, I'm trying to think now how I'm going to do this. Because, yeah, there's a lot of point of interest here. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how I'm going to... Here's a question for you. Those dialogue things, do you think that should be included in the VOD? Or do you think that should be something that should be on the same audio track as the music? I wish there was a way. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to send in a message to the makers of this and see if they can change the plugin slightly so when we're flying over a point of interest, we can send a link to the Wikipedia page in the chat. Would be super nice. Send it to both Twitch and YouTube. Is it copyrighted? No. No. I mean, it's essentially, it's reading from the Wikipedia article is what they're doing. So, yeah. And it's using just the automated text-to-speech bot. I'm just trying to see if there's... It'd be nice if I could set some of my other controls for volume. I just had a stupid thought. Hold on a minute. This is something I have to interrupt the stream for and check. Sorry, I'm just trying to check and see if there's a way that I can actually use several of my joystick axes to control Windows volume. It might be possible. Because, like, some keyboards have a media key, right? Like, I've got a slider on my current keyboard that I can adjust the entire volume up and down. It'd be nice, like, I would like to be able to use this slider next to me to be able to control the flight sim volume. Would be amazing. And Richie Dab's doing pretty good. How are you doing today? Yeah, I wonder about that. That might be something I can ask the voice attack developers to see if they have something that will let me do that. That'd be kind of cool. Alright. Let's head back north again. I am way off course. Got to re-intercept our route. Pause music. All right. All right, so our route is showing right here. We're just going to re-intercept. I swear, I've heard this song when I was in England. Oh, man. All right. So something else that the Bush Talk radio does is that it can actually tune to online radio stations in the area you're flying. I'm wondering if I should use that instead for radio control. The difficult part is going to be, what am I going to use to start and stop it and or turn the volume up and down, because that's the bit I don't exactly have yet. And yeah, we have an 11 knot tailwind right now, which is nice. Uh-oh. Sorry, I just realized my entire stream window is closed up there. right, let's see. I might have to remove that bird mob that's giving me the car-sized birds, though. It's really weird. Alright, and here we are, we're re-intercepting our route. It's about a mile away. Got some more sheep down below. Bunch more down there. Wait, what? I haven't seen one of those before. Let's go see that. That's a new building for me. I'm pretty sure we'll see this more and more often. But... Huh. Okay. I wonder if this is part of the Windy Things mod that I have. It's supposed to add in, like, flags and stuff waving too, but this is the first time I've seen that. I don't know if it's supposed to be animated, because we do have a little bit of wind. Volume 40. Alright, let's see here. Airport is somewhere over here. Probably right. Maybe that? Maybe further out. Then again, there's also this, which isn't... I think whatever that is, that's a closed airfield. Because we're flying over that almost now. Or maybe it is. I don't know. No, it is. Oh, that's a really long airstrip there. Alright, whatever. Sorry, I just saw something and I have to do something here. Ah, crap. And of course I break it. Hold on. Every single time it turns my anti-collision lights off. That was a lot tighter of a turn than I thought it would be. Let's try that again. All right. Oh, I hit that tree now, too. Pause music. Airwolf. Let's go a little bit wider. Why have I lost all audio? Is that better? Yeah, now watch, I won't hit anything. It's all because the music's playing. That's how it works, right? Okay, technically I touched the skids down to the pavement. So I mean, I guess that is a touch and go. Iron Eagle 3, right? That's 3 was the one where they stole the World War II fighters, right? I'm trying not to drag the rotor blades on the ground again. There. Just drag the skids again. I don't know if it... Does it spark? Nope, no sparks. They need sparks. That's what it does in real life. We had, steel pads on the bottom of our skids, so we would get bright yellow sparks. I've seen some people, they put titanium pads on the rear so they get bright white sparks. Forget, the song's like 5 or 6 minutes long. Well, I can get new fuel there if after I waste all this. Boop. I might need to find a TV length version of that song for quick bursts through the trees. I'm not entirely sure. I thought I saw a Corsair, and I'm going back down to check. Might not have been a Corsair. Nope, it was a Vision Jet. I saw the V-tail and I thought it was the prop. It looked weird from that angle. Okay, so it's definitely not a Corsair. Alright. And in fact, let's technically land at this location. Of course, we got a giant helipad right here. Should have no problem. Whoa. That was weird. Had no lift at all. Hold on. What direction the wind's coming from? That's why I had no lift. Okay. Because I'm an idiot. Wasn't checking the wind direction. Okay. Close enough. So, Han, they should put some choppers in War Thunder just so Malic would dominate. But isn't War Thunder like a tank game? Or no, War Thunder. Is it? Does it have aircraft? Just balancing on one skid. Yeah, see, when I did my helicopter training, we would do that all the time. We would find a location that actually had a slope to it, and we would come down and we would set one skid down and then bring the helicopter down to sit on the slope, and then pick it back up while keeping the one skid touching. So, it was originally a plane game, but they added tanks and boats later. Ah, okay. Alright, picking up. Alright, let's continue on. Now, I am taking off the completely wrong direction. I have a tailwind right now, which is not... It's not playing good with the aircraft. Because technically what's happening is that when I'm staying still in relation to the ground, I've actually still got airspeed. It's just coming from the other direction, and as I accelerate and I get up to maybe 15 knots ground speed, now my airspeed's 0, so I actually lose lift. So that's why there's all that wiggling and there's weird shit going on. Next track. Alright, continuing on.
Hush was a British plan
Pause
to make
music.
amphibious landings on the Belgian coast in 1917 during the First World War, supported by an attack from Newport and the Yser bridgehead, positions which were a legacy of the Battle of the Yser in 1914. Several plans were considered in 1915 and 1916, then shelved due to operations elsewhere.
I don't know how
Operation
long
Hush
these
was
are.
intended to begin when the Third Battle of Ypres, the main offensive at Ypres, had advanced to Roulers, Kerkelaer, and Thouaut, linked by advances by the French and Belgian armies in between. Unternehmen Strandfist was a German spoiling attack, conducted on the 10th of July by Marine Corps Flandern, in anticipation of an Allied coastal operation. The Germans used mustard gas for the first time, supported by a mass of heavy artillery, captured part of the bridgehead over the Yser and annihilated 2 British infantry battalions. After several postponements, Operation Hush was cancelled on the 14th of October 1917, as the advance at Ypres did not meet the objectives required to begin the attack. In April 1918, the Dover Patrol raided Zeebrugge to sink block ships in the canal entrance to trap U-boats, which closed the canal for a short time. From September to October 1918, the Belgian coast was occupied by the Allies during the Fifth Battle of Ypres.
Okay, so it's not super long. They play a few lines. But there's another point of interest right next to us, and I didn't want it to activate that one too. Oh, cool. So every single one of these point of interests, every time I go to one, it checks it off on Bush Talk Radio. So as we get them, we'll actually see the markers mark themselves off automatically. That's nice. Alright, picking up. You can kind of see right now as we're sitting on the ground, the dust is being blown that way because of the wind. Got grass clippings and stuff too. I'm pretty sure the people that own this golf course are angry that I landed on it. I still need somebody to make a mod that puts really angry golfers on the golf courses. Alright, and there we go. Kind of turned into the wind there. Now the Newport Memorial. Yeah, so those 2 points of interest are so close to each other, I didn't want to have one talking over the other. I don't know if it would. Huh. Might have to test that and see if it will do that or not. I do wish that the little marker that showed what towns you were flying over was working, though. I'm pretty sure that's the Cliffs of Dover. It's the only thing that's that close. And this looks like a series of locks over here, too. So I thought this was supposed to activate within a mile, but that's not. Maybe half a mile? No.
The British Newport Memorial is a First World War memorial, located in the Belgian port city of Newport, which is at the mouth of the River Yser. The memorial lists 547 names of British officers and men with no known grave who were killed in the siege of Antwerp in 1914 or in the defense of this part of the Western Front from June to November 1917. Those that fought in 1914 were members of the Royal Naval Division. The fighting in 1917, when 15 corps defended the line from to the sea, included the German use of chemical weapons such as mustard gas and Blue Cross. Designed by the Scottish architect William Bryce Binney, the memorial is an 8-metre-high pylon of Yeovil stone, a limestone from Yeovil. The names of those commemorated are cast on bronze panels surrounding the base of the pylon. 3 lions, carved by the British sculptor Charles Sargent Jagger, stand guard at the corners of the memorial's triangular paved platform. Around the top of the bronze name panels is cast the words from Lawrence Binyon's famous poem, "For the fallen, they shall grow not old, as we that are left grow old, age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them." The memorial was unveiled on the 1st of July 1928 by Sir George Macdonagh, a commissioner for the Imperial War Graves Commission. Macdonagh had been a staff officer and general for the Directorate of Military Intelligence for most of the war, being appointed Adjutant General to the forces in September 1918. The King Albert I Memorial, dedicated to Belgian King Albert I of Belgium and the Belgian troops during the First World War, is located directly next to the Newport Memorial.
Okay. Yeah, some of them seem a little bit longer than the others, so I'll have to be really careful when we get to a place that has a lot of point of interest, though. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to go over to this one. I don't know if it actually has it modeled or if it's just these point of interest that it talks about. But I'm going to have this one talking while I then land at the Ostend Airport, I guess is how you pronounce it. We are currently in Belgium right now. Yeah, we're going to be going back and forth between France and Belgium a lot here. I think it's...
The Atlantic Wall Open Air
Yeah,
Museum is a military
quarter of a mile.
museum near Ostend in Belgium which preserves fortifications of the Atlantic Wall dating to the First and Second World Wars. The section of fortifications owned by the museum, over 60 bunkers and 2 miles of trenches, is among the best preserved sections of the defensive line in Europe. The fortifications survive because they were built on land belonging to Prince Charles, Count of Flanders, who decided that they should not be destroyed after the war, but be kept as a national monument. During the German occupation of Belgium in World War I, the Aachen Battery was built to defend nearby Ostend on the land which forms part of the museum. Though it is not as well preserved as the later fortifications, it is one of the rare coastal defense fortifications that survive from this period. The majority of the preserved bunkers and trenches at the site date to the construction of the Atlantic Wall during the Second German occupation during World War II. Numerous bunkers, gun emplacements and trenches were built on
I
the
did not
site,
like that.
including the well-preserved Salzwedel New Battery. Several of the fortifications have been renovated to their wartime condition, and the museums also displays uniforms and equipment used by the garrison.
All right. Cool. There's that. On to the next place. Exactly, or it looks like, yeah, perfectly east. Let's pick back up. Next track. And we got to deviate again. See, it's got all these point of interest everywhere. I've never seen a location where it ran out of space to put the words. That's kind of funny. Alright, let's try this.
Abbey is a monastery
Pause music.
with an abbey in G.Skill, roughly 8 kilometers to the south of Ostend, in the western part of Belgium. It was built to mark the spot where, in 1070, Saint Godolina was murdered by strangulation
1070?
and then thrown into a pond. Before 2007,
What?
the abbey was home to 9 Benedictine nuns, who were members of the wider Subiaco-Cassinese congregation in West Flanders. Since 2007, it has been occupied by brothers and sisters of the Mother of Peace community. Parts of the abbey are sometimes open to visitors, including the pond, which has been enclosed as a well, the dungeon where Godolina is said to have been incarcerated, the chapel in which she is believed to have performed a miracle, the abbey church, and a small recently renovated museum concerning the saint.
1070. Holy shit. I mean, I know there's buildings in several countries here that are older than my entire country, but that's just cool to me. Yeah, those are spinning quite fast. Would never do this in real life. Alright, continuing to head east. Pause music. Oh, Bishimoto, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I mean, Volume 20, when I go to my medical appointments, right, where, let's say I need to go in for just a blood draw, I drive 120 miles. So it's not that bad to me, but... Good thing I don't have to do that, like, maybe once every 2 weeks. And see, here's another mod that I have. It's supposed to be a power station or something, so it adds a lot of stuff where that would be. Oh yeah, Minnesota is more densely populated than Utah was, yes. In Utah, I had to drive 100 miles each direction to get, some stuff done, yeah. And there were no, like, any small, towns in between to refuel. At least here we've got gas stations maybe every 20 miles. Utah is the thing, is like, make sure you fill up before you leave town, because if you run out halfway, yeah. Alright, so I think this first thing over here is another point of interest. It's not even an airport. The point of interest we're about to go over is actually one that apparently Microsoft Flight Sim made a 3D model for. I don't know. Because I see that one, the Church of the Lady Bruges, and then I see two more, which I think those are additional. They don't have buildings, or they don't have a custom building, but they have the thing in Bush Talk Radio. And I can actually see that church right there. Yeah, whatever these two things are, they're like right next to each other. Like 0.02 miles distant. So I don't know how the thing's gonna... I need to double check and see if it is gonna talk over each other, or if it'll play one and then the other, maybe. We'll find out. Pause music. But yeah, in my head I'm thinking, like, what if I set a control where I can ramp the music down, ramp the game volume down, and we can hear it better. Oh yeah, they're all next to each other. Let's see how this works with multiple point of interest. This would have been interesting flying through London with all the different buildings. Now, it kind of looks... I think
The
this
Church of Our Lady in Bruges, Belgium, dates mainly from the 13th, 14th and 15th centuries. This church is essentially a monument to the wealth, sophistication, taste, and devotion of this most Catholic city, whose history and faith stand today celebrated in this wonderful building. Its tower, at 115.6 meters in height, remains the tallest structure in the city and the second tallest brickwork tower in the world. The church demonstrates the Gothic style in the prominent flying buttresses on the exterior, which were constructed in the 1270s and 80s. The nave contains cross vaults and black and white tiled flooring. The interior demonstrates the heavily ornamented Baroque style in the side aisles and chancel. One of the chapels in the church was created in 1482 for a wealthy man named Lodewijk van Boerhuis as his personal worship area.
Okay. Now I'm curious how this is going to work. That looks like it's custom geometry. Doesn't look like photogrammetry. The buildings below us are not photogrammetry either. How is this going to work? Are you going to play the sound effect? Yes, no, maybe? No. Okay, so it looks like flying close to the other ones, it only plays, it prioritizes one at a time. And... Huh. Hold on a minute. Let me quickly... Well, shit. Apparently I'm not in focus. I'm going to do an active pause. So it has a couple things.
The Belfry of Bruges is a medieval bell tower in the center of Bruges, Belgium. One of the city's most prominent symbols, the belfry formerly housed a treasury and the municipal archives, and served as an observation post for spotting fires and other dangers. The belfry was added to the market square around 1240, when Bruges was an important centre of the Flemish cloth industry. After a devastating fire in 1280, the tower was largely rebuilt. The city archives, however, were forever lost to the flames. The octagonal upper stage of the belfry was added between 1483 and 1487, and capped with a wooden spire bearing an image of Saint Michael, banner in hand and dragon underfoot. The spire did not last long. A lightning strike in 1493 reduced it to ashes, and destroyed the bells as well. A wooden spire crowned the summit again for some 2.5 centuries, before it, too, fell victim to flames in 1741. The spire was never replaced again, thus making the current height of the building somewhat lower than in the past, but an openwork stone parapet in Gothic Revival style was added to the rooftop in 1822. The building is a central feature of the 2008 film In Bruges and is also mentioned in the novel Cloud Atlas.
So it used to have a spire, but they shortened it, I guess, because it kept getting hit by lightning. Okay. Do another active pause. So what I'm doing now is, because these things are so close to each other, I'm just manually activating them.
The Provinciale Hof is a neo-Gothical building on the marketplace in Bruges, Belgium. It is the former meeting place for the provincial government of West Flanders. Both the exterior and the interior are in the Gothic Revival style. The central meeting room has 10 sculptures of royalty by Hendrik Pickering and mural paintings of famous people from West Flanders. The rest of the building is decorated with more sculptures by Hendrik and his son Gustave Pickering, stained glass windows by Jules Dobelier, and chandeliers by Edward de Vogt. A number of paintings can be found as well, including work by Joost de Momper, Jan van de Putte, Jan Baptist van Meeuw Ninxhove, and paintings from the Romantic era.
All right. Yeah, so, yeah, they've got a bunch of custom buildings here, it looks like. All right, let's see, and continuing on. Pause music. I thought that was the song at first. That scared the shit out of me. R.Funky, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Hope you're doing well. Got a couple football pitches and a track down there, it looks like. Don't know if that's a running track or what. Hope you are doing well this morning. If you're just coming in, we are currently in Belgium right now. Our flight today will be crossing the border of France, Belgium, and Switzerland, I believe. Maybe even Germany. It kind of does this thing where it goes into Belgium, flies around, flies back out, stays in France for a while, goes into Switzerland. It's all over the place. Overall, doing okay, other than the big annoyance that I have right now is this damn cough. My back has been doing better, but yeah, I mean, I still have pain from the other area that hasn't been treated yet, but that'll be in a couple weeks, hopefully, and then hopefully then I'll have a couple weeks of no back pain while... Well, I'm out of damn cough drops now. Shit. Good thing I have another bag. Okay, into the trash can. All right. A little bit of storm clouds today, though. A little bit of overcast there. Luxembourg, I don't think we're crossing into Luxembourg today because of the way the route is going. We might on the next flight. It's again, the route is really weird. See, like, we're going here, then we're going right back into France. Like, it's all over. I don't know if we'll get to Luxembourg today. Yeah. I think Switzerland is like right there, I think. The border of it. So it's just barely. Again, we'll see. Yeah, it is. It's just tried to set up what is called a traveling salesman route. I told it I want to go to these locations, and it made me the quickest route that will hit all of them. I tell it where I need to start, where I need to end, and then it did the route. Now, slightly annoying, because of wind direction, I keep having to turn around. I can't just go direct into the airports. We're about down to about 76, 77% fuel. We're fine right now. All right. On to the next location. "60 knots of airspeed is the magical number with this helicopter. If I set it for 60 knots, 60 knots right there, and pull as much power, that gives me the best climb angle and stuff." Right, Lance? It is slightly different. Slightly different. And again, I'm continuing to just look for point of interest that are around. The mod that I got that changes the tree thing, I think it looks really good. Because, it clears out like this. Like this field right here. It got rid of so many of the trees in there. So nice. Now, it does give me less trees to dodge between, but whatever. Volume 40. If there's anybody that speaks the language and the song that's playing is inappropriate, let me know so I can skip it. So yeah, according to this, there's a point of interest directly in front of us, but I don't see anything. Right, Lance? Given that this is supposed to be a 90s French playlist, I don't quite think that's what it was talking about, but... I think we actually have photogrammetry now. Oh yeah, it's definitely photogrammetry. Birds.
Ghent is a city and a municipality
music.
in the Flemish region of Belgium. It is the capital and largest city of the East Flanders province, and the third largest in the country, after Brussels and Antwerp. It is a port and university city. The city originally started as a settlement at the confluence of the rivers Scheldt and Lea, and in the late Middle Ages became one of the largest and richest cities of Northern Europe, with some 50,000 people in 1300. After the late 16th century, Ghent became a less important city, resulting in an extremely well-preserved historic centre that now makes Ghent an important destination of tourism. The municipality comprises the city of Ghent proper and the surrounding suburbs of Afsnie, Diesteldonk, Drongen, Gentbrugge, Ulleberg, Mariakerke, Mendonk, Oostake, Sint-Amandsberg, Sint-Denijs-Westrum, Sint-Kruiswinkel, Wandelgem, and Zijnaard. With 262,219 inhabitants at the beginning of 2019, Ghent is Belgium's second largest municipality by number of inhabitants. The metropolitan area, including the outer commuter zone, covers an area of 1,205 square kilometers and had a total population of 560,522 as of the 1st of January 2018, which ranks it as the fourth most populous in Belgium. The current mayor of Ghent is Matthias de Klerk.
All right. Cool, so we get information on the cities themselves, too. Nice. Pause music. I also have a mod that is supposed to clean up the roads. So, I don't know. Overall, it looks like the roads are clear of trees, so that's good. See a few trains down below. I'm guessing that... Wait, what is this over here? Can't tell if that's a parking lot or... No, it's probably a parking lot. Maybe. It's like a factory or something. Right, Lance? Oh, what did I do? Alright, this leg is about 24 miles. I'm glad I turned that on. I have a castle over here. Pause music.
Rutony Castle is a castle in the city of Diens, East Flanders, Belgium. The castle is the residence of the current Count de Ruydenbeek. Oudonk Castle is situated at an altitude of 11 meters. Oudonk is already mentioned in 1230, Nicholas, chaplain of Hodunk. A fortress was first built on the site of the current castle, intended to defend the city of Ghent and to fortify the River Lea. This fortress was owned by Jean de Fosseux, Lord of Neville. The castle was destroyed for the first time in 1491 by the people of Ghent in revolt against Maximilian of Austria. In 1568, Philippe II de Montmorency Neville, Count of Horns, Lord of Neville and owner of the estate, was beheaded, along with the Count of Egmont, by the Duke of Alba in Brussels. The ruins and lands were later acquired by Martin de la Faye, a notable merchant from Antwerp. He rebuilt the castle in a Renaissance style and transformed it into a place of residence in Hispano-Flemish style. In 1864, the castle and lands were acquired by Henri T. Kint de Rodenbeck, who went on to become President of the Senate and Minister of State. He restored and transformed the castle. It is now the private property of Count Henry Kint de Ruydenbeek, son of the late Count Juan Kint de Ruydenbeek.
So, is it ruins or is it an actual building? Because the satellite imagery is like you have this one tower and that's it. Or, I mean, I guess there's a couple towers, but if it's a residence, there's not much. Like, you have literally the corners, and that's it. Unless, again, this is some weird texture thing and this is actually like a building all the way through. I'm not sure. Not exactly sure there. Pause music. So, because of this tree mod that removes so many of the trees, I'm wondering if a lot of the British towns would have looked like this without all the trees covering everything. A lot of the British towns were just covered in trees constantly, and I don't think that was how it's supposed to be. Alright, let's pull for some more speed. Near Ath? Where is Ath in relation to where I am? Where is that in relation to where I am? I have no idea where that is. I don't have my coordinates, so I don't know what direction that is. I don't know if there's even a way to input that into little nav map. If there isn't. I just don't have an easy way to input coordinates like that into the thing right now, Lance. That's the problem. So, you guys see how this airplane is doing something weird? It looks like it's flying backwards. The problem is that if I switch to north up, it looks fine. It's keeping the orientation of the plane as if it was north up. So, I need to make a bug report for that. I can't search for airport names, though, when I'm actively streaming right now. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot harder for me to do this while I'm flying the aircraft. Let me get to the next airport, and then I'll do a check. I think this is actually going to take us back out of Belgium and into France again, maybe? Not sure. Is it north, south, east, or west? That's what I mean by where is it in relation to me right now? Probably below me, that too, yeah. Oh, I need to get eye drops at some point. Eyes are super dry. What is this? It's like a frickin' test track. I don't know where you are in the country, but I have all the programs that show you guys where I am. Here, hold on. Let me do this. Pause music. Here, check this out. If you guys go to bushtalkradio.com, okay, so here, check this out. Go here. All right. Look in the Belgium French area, and you will find a little arrow that says Squee. That's me. That's where I am. So you said it was the Ath. I don't know where Ath is at. Oh, let's see. Well, I'm having to move to the Google to see where Ath is at. East and slightly south of me. I'm trying to find it. Holy shit. You go to the map thing. Near Chiveris Air Base. Don't know where that is. Oh, I see the airbase. That's still like 100 nautical miles away, though. I'm looking. Oh, there's Ath. Yeah, we're still like 100 miles away. We're away, like, we're getting over there. It's just going to be a bit. Yeah, we are way... Our route is going all over. Let me check and see. What is the airport code for the airbase? Oh, shit. Just constantly have this damn cough. EBCV. It's the 10th stop now. So it's a ways down. The problem is because of this bush talk thing, we don't know how many point of interest are between here and there. So we might get there today. Maybe. It's all going to depend on how quickly we can fly. So. When I get there, I'm already seeing that the program has 2 point of interest on it. One for the airport itself and another one for... What is this? It talks about the airbase. What is that in town? Prairie Diza, I don't know, privately owned zoo and botanical garden. Now, Lance, here's where the catch is. Here's where the catch is. The cool thing about this Bush Talk radio is that if you make an account and set things up, you can make your own point of interest. So you can sit there and go on there, make a point of interest. You get points for making things. And if you want to copy and paste what you want it to say, hopefully by the time I get there, it'll just read it out. So that is an option. All right, getting back in. Let's keep flying. Pause, music. But yeah, we're a ways away from that. How the hell did I do that? I just scratched the living shit out of my hand. Ow. I think I did it on the edge of the throttle. At least we're landing into the wind now. Lance, be conservative with it, dude. Like, make it, like, 3 or 4 sentences total. Little snippet of what is there, and then have it linked to the Wikipedia article. For those that... Would you like to know more? No! What are you doing, truck? You don't enter the runway when there's an aircraft landing, you piece of shit! Runway incursion, what the hell? What's going on with these AI? In real life, you hardly have anybody. Hello, MacGyver. You have hardly any ground vehicles ever entering the runway. The only time they ever do is for maintenance, which usually shuts down the entire airport, and or changing bulbs along the edge, which they usually do during daylight hours only. On to the next location. No, Lance. Remember that they'll get angry at you if you do that shit. So be conservative with it. If you can't get your point across in 4 sentences, that's too much. And just don't do it. When we do a Vespa scooter jousting, we did that while planes were landing, right? I did find a mod that adds motorcycles to the choice of ground vehicles driving on roads, so I might have to add that later. And they do mention that one of the vehicles is a Vespa scooter. And in some cases, a group of Vespa scooters driving along. I hear an aircraft. Can't see it yet. My neck still hurts, so I can't turn completely around right now. And Silence Monkey, doing pretty good. Hope you're doing well. I'm still dealing with a cough and neck and back issues, but that's like every day for me. There you are. Don't know if it's showing in the correct aircraft. Maybe. That bug where it shows two names because it shows a name over your person and then a name over your aircraft. Asobo passive aircraft generic. What? No, I don't want to see a generic aircraft. That's why I raised my settings to show the proper aircraft game. Ugh. Think I might have broken my finger putting sandals on yesterday. Dormir Do 31. Yeah, I don't think it's... It shows the Do 31, but I don't think it's showing the proper model. It's being annoying again. While you do that curve around, I'm gonna check my settings, because this is annoying. I literally changed this to keep it from doing this. And in fact, while I'm in here, I'm gonna do a couple things. Air traffic, ultra. Like, I don't know why it's doing that. I'm gonna lower terrain shadows a little bit to try to get a little bit more frame rate back. I don't know. The VTOL? Yeah, it's not showing on my side, sadly. Got EasyJet up there. Yeah, that's annoying as hell. Was that aircraft in the default aircraft, or is that an... Because I don't recognize the name, though. I'm changing it again. I tried making some graphical changes, and I'm not exactly sure if it's helping. Going back to balanced. A lot of people swear by running balanced in VR it looks better, but I don't know. What's the area we're looking at? We are on the border of France and Belgium. In fact, no, we're in France now. We actually crossed back over into France. And I'm going to the citadel of Lille. I don't know. We'll get a bit of dialogue here in a moment. Oh, and we're back to photogrammetry. Okay. Alright. Pause music. Alright, so we're gonna stop that while the audio plays. None of those are the correct French pronunciation. Exactly. Now the catch is it gonna play a bit of dialogue here or not?
To understand the birth of the citadel, a good point to start is the marriage of the King Louis XIV of France. As the war wished Spain was waning, an alliance with his cousin Maria Theresa of Spain was agreed, with a handsome dowry as part of the package. The marriage took place but the dowry never came, and that gave Louis a good reason to claim payment manu militari. In those days Lille was part of the county of Flanders, under Spanish rule, and as good as any a place to kick things off. The king personally led the siege of Lille, and relied on the Marquis de Vauban, a crafty military mind, to
little
engineer
stuttery, come on, stop please.
In 9 days Lille surrendered, and the king entrusted Vauban to refortify the town. The masterpiece of fortification and military architecture that is the citadel of Lille was built from 1667 to 1670 by Sébastien le Priester, Marquis de Vauban. It was part of the Prix Carré, a double line of 28 strongholds extending from the North Sea to the Meuse to protect the borders. The citadel of Lille is a city within a city, surrounded by bastions that form a 5-point star. Thanks to its clean and simple but incredibly effective design, it is described as the Queen of the Citadels. Vauban himself said that it was the finest and most complete of the kingdom. The citadel of Lille is still in use by the French army to this day as the headquarters of the Rapid Reaction Corps France, a NATO-certified force, able to command a component of between 5,000 and 60,000 personnel coming from 14 different nations. The citadel of Lille was classed as a historical monument in 1934, and as it is still actively occupied by the army, it can only be visited on guided tours organized by the Tourism Office.
Okay. That's cool. That's awesome. Glad they have that detail there. Alright, and now we're heading east again. We might... Yep, and we're crossing right back into Belgium. And then once we get this next place, we're turning right back around and coming right back into France. Just back and forth today. Native Garleans are frustrating to the point of being rage-inducing. Hold on, Poji, whereabouts are you guys in the story? What happened recently? Because I've missed the last couple streams. Oh, the train station? So you guys did, oh, I'm not even going to say anything. So what did you do last night? Alfie and Alice, they have fancy new chokers. Okay. Is it in the north part of the map, or am I thinking of a different place? Northeast part of the map, maybe. Kind of in the middle towards the east. Okay, yeah, I know where you're talking about then.
The Stade Pierre Mauroy is a multi-use retractable roof stadium in Villeneuve-d'Ascq, France, that opened in August 2012. It has a seating capacity of 50,186 and is the home stadium of LOSC Lille. Initially named Grand Stade Lille Métropole, the stadium was renamed on the 21st of June 2013, just after the death of the former mayor of Lille and former Prime Minister of France Pierre Mauroy. On the 28th of May 2010, France was officially chosen to organize the Euro 2016. Martine Aubry, who succeeded Pierre Mauroy at the head of LCMU and a big supporter of LOSC and the Grand Stade, expressed her wish to see the Grand Stade given a prominent amount of competition for the upcoming competition.
It's a stadium, so I have to attempt landing inside of it. Now the catch is it going to let me, or is there an invisible boundary here that will stop me? Okay, no, it's going to let me. Nope. Invisible box. Frickin' invisible boxes. They should understand, if you have a building that's big enough for a helicopter to fit inside, a helicopter pilot is going to attempt to land inside of it. I am getting stutters like crazy. Holy shit. Can we stop that, please? Pause music. Boji, keep playing, dude. That's all I can say. Volume 40. Oh no, that's the end of the song. Okay. Where am I flying? I am currently in France, but heading over to Belgium, and then we'll be turning right back around and back into France again. So we're right there on the French-Belgium border. I'm looking for Lesquin. Probably mispronouncing that horribly. Wartregreens? I'm mispronouncing it horribly. I don't know French. Why do I gotta do Netherlands like that? Because I haven't even crossed into the Netherlands like that. Or the Netherlands, right? Probably mispronouncing that too. We're nowhere near the Netherlands. Like, we're in France right now. We're a few miles from the Belgium border. And our route is going all over. We will go into the Netherlands at some point, just not today. Belgian artist, good choice. It's a French 90s playlist, so yeah. It's music that was played in France in the 90s, so it might bounce around Belgian music too. Am I hallucinating or just see a jet in front? No, you're seeing that. The P-51 Mustang. That is MacGyver. Okay, so we just crossed into Belgium right there. But yeah, my route, because I'm landing at all the airports, my route is very chaotic. But we will get into the Netherlands one day. Just probably not today. Because our route today is kind of taking us down towards Switzerland. I'm getting a little bit of stutters here, though. Don't know if things are loading in or what. Alright. Pause music. Alright, so I'm using a program, for those that are coming into the stream now, called Bush Trip. Oh no, I'm sorry. Bush Talk Radio. Whenever I get near a point of interest, it plays a little bit of dialogue. So I start slowing down a lot.
The Notre Dame Cathedral in Tournai lies at the heart of the old city, not far from the left bank of the Escaut. The present building is not homogeneous with regard to its chronology and conception, but the result of three coherent projects, completed and still distinguishable: the Romanesque nave and the transept, and the Gothic choir. The construction of the first two was for the greater part carried out in one go during the early 12th century. No major modification was made to the building during the following centuries, limiting its adaptations to the times. It is difficult to associate the cathedral with just one influence or school, but in its design and its elevations it presents layouts that influenced the development of early Gothic art. In particular, it is distinguished by a Romanesque nave of impressive dimensions and richly sculptured, and by a transept with 5 towers that indicate the beginnings of Gothic art. The choir, rebuilt in the 13th century, is of pure Gothic style. The conception of the nave illustrates a great originality with several important innovations. The transposition to the exterior of the running course of the tall windows, the rise to 4 levels, and the double western door make the nave a unicum in the history of Romanesque architecture, while the sobriety of the ornamental elements appears to be due to the weight of Carolingian traditions, particularly sensitive in the early Low Countries. The master builder has thus executed a remarkable synthesis between the most innovative aspects of the architecture of his time, although taking some liberties, and the local traditions.
Cool, so we get all those little... I don't think this is that Notre Dame Cathedral. This is... Isn't this a different one? Because there's more than one, right? There's the one that everybody knows. Or am I mixing them up? Is this that one? Oh, that is the one. Wait, hold on. Am I mixing that up with this? Because... Wait a minute. I thought the Notre Dame in my head, the front is like relatively flat and opens to a courtyard, does it not? That is it. Why does it... Hold on. Then why does it not say that? I'm now really confused. Hold on a minute. Why does it say the Tournai Cathedral, then? Yeah, the Notre Dame in Paris is the famous one. That's the one that I'm... Okay, so... Yeah, it is a Notre Dame Cathedral. It's not the one I'm thinking of. Every city has a church called the Notre Dame. Okay. It means Our Lady. Ah, see, I'm learning. So it is a Notre Dame. It's just not the Notre Dame that everyone thinks of. The one that had the fire and they rebuilt it recently. Yeah, the one in Paris is the one that I'm thinking of. I was not aware of that. Thank you. Cool. Thank you for letting me know about that. Yeah, it's flat on one side. That's what I'm like, huh, it doesn't look like what I remember. Also, it's named differently. What the hell is going on? All right. All right, continuing on. And back into France. Pause music. Yeah, we're in Belgium right now. Helicopters are too fast? Only traveling at 120 knots. Let me speed that up to about 140. Oh no. Okay. Sorry, I'm just getting my route thing so it actually shows what point of interest I've been to. Oh no, we're a ways away from Paris. We will not get to Paris for several more months, possibly a year. Because where we are, pause music, where we currently are on the Paris-Belgium border, we're actually heading east and north, and Paris is south and west. So, what we're gonna do now is we're working our way up the coastline, and we're gonna sweep up into the Scandinavian peninsula. So, like I said, we won't go see Paris for several months and or a year or so. Pause music. Yeah, it's a 90s French playlist. I just popped it up on Spotify. So, we'll see. All right, I can actually skip all this and go direct to the airport because we already went to the point of interest. Have I planned around Grenoble? I don't know. Remind me when I get back to the next airport. We'll pull up little nav map and I'll show you guys the entire route today, and well, I'll show you the route that I planned. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it all today. I should clarify that. But you can let me know if we're going to get anywhere close. Chernobyl? Yeah. Near the Alps? I don't know if we're getting near the Alps today. As I said, I'll pull up a map here in a moment and then we'll go over it. The route is chaotic and unpredictable. Alright, I see the airport. There's the runway right there. I'm gonna land right there near the pad. We are down to about 60% fuel right now. Still plenty of fuel, but Can always top off while we are talking about the map. Approximately in the middle of the Netherlands. Will probably be a couple, well, a month maybe before I get to the Netherlands. Pause music. Alright. Let's see here. Sounds so sick having a view like that every day. What do you mean? I'm talking about that because the man is singing about his life in the Vercors, a mountain range that I can see from my desk when working. That's cool. Alright, let me get little nav map up on the screen so you guys can see the chaotic route that we have planned. Alright, OBS. And... Alright, so... In fact, let me get rid of those. We don't need those. Okay, so this is currently my route. We started here this morning. In... Can't pronounce that. Long US? I don't know. That's where we started off at, and so far, today, we have flown this. That green line. The route, and see right here, this is the border of France and Belgium. So as you can see, we've already crossed the border 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 times already today. But yeah, we're collecting those, and you can kind of see I've built myself a line, so we're not going anywhere south of that for now. And then we are working, like, once we get down to Switzerland, we're then going north and going back. So yeah. You said the Alps. I'm guessing here is the beginning of the Alps. So here, let me do this. So these numbers that are on the screen, essentially inside that grid square, and yes, it is a square. This is where it gets really weird. Latitude and longitude, the map is kind of stretched vertically. These are squares. So yeah, it's weird like that. Inside that square, that is the highest point. So in this square, there is a hill that if you fly at 3,500 feet, you will go over that highest point, right? While down here, 12,100 feet is the highest point. So as long as you're flying over that, you have no chance of hitting anything. Let's say it's the middle of the night, you can't see anything, that kind of stuff. It looks like today the highest point will be 6,400. So I think in England, the highest point that we ever went through in England was 5,800. Yeah, right there when we were in Scotland. So, yeah, maybe today we might get to a point higher than we ever reached in Scotland. So, yeah. That comes with little nav map. No, this is little nav map. Like, I mean, this is the program. I'm just using this little thing here to turn the grid on and off. I mean, little nav map, you can do... It's got different modes. Like, there's supposed to be a way to switch it to... Like, I can do sun shading on it. So I can see where the sun is actually shining. Ignore these big jump lines. It's because I was in this location and the game loaded me here and it just put a straight line in between. Again, that is a straight line. It's just the projection makes it look curved. There's... Give me a second. There's a way... View... Projection. Spherical. Yeah, see, it is a straight line. It's a straight line over the globe. So, yeah, it's just, you can see how now the spherical projection is really slow. And that's the main reason why I don't use it. You can see how it kind of warped everything a little bit. It's still slow now. Damn it. But yeah, you can see where we are right now. And yeah. Now I've got another, let's see here. So this is what's on my other screen. This is that Bush Talk radio website. You can see how as we go to different locations, because I'm logged in, it actually marks them off. And we are currently down here. Oh, there. Because I've got it set up where it is supposed to keep me centered on the thing. But you can kind of see, like, it's got these point of interest. Where, like, I could manually... Close that. Yeah, like, I can open this up and play a log and everything like that, but... But I think our next route is kind of heading... So you have to jump back and forth between this and little nav map. Yeah, so we're heading kind of southeast. There's a point of interest down here. Canadian National Vimy Memorial. Let's go back to the Bush Talk radio. Vimy Ridge. So I'm pretty sure we'll get a couple bits of dialogue once we get down there too. That's a radio station. That's what that is. Okay. Yeah, this thing has a thing where I can tune into a nearby radio station. And it'll... Radio TRL? Is that literally local? Oh, it's not going to do it. Because I have the music off. Maybe. I turned that down on purpose because I didn't want the music to be playing on the part that gets saved in the VOD. Actually extend this out a kilometer. Okay, cool. But yeah, those are the two programs that I'm running right now. That's for the audio tour thing, and of course, little nav map. So that's, you can see here, that is a point of interest. That is not an airport. And then we've got a couple airports here. So let's go back to the game. Put little nav map back on my screen so I can see things. MacGyver's walking outside in my aircraft again. It'd be kind of cool if they allowed people to get on board your aircraft and like fly in the passenger seat. I remember FSX had a way where you could connect to somebody else and load into the passenger seat. I don't know why. Yeah, okay, he's back in their aircraft too. Alright, and heading southwest. Picking up. Still really windy. Pause music. Yeah, Lance, I'm aware. It was something they were talking about, but they haven't progressed any further on it, sadly. The song literally just ended like 5 seconds after I restarted it. That's great. I'm getting a lot of stutters right now, too. Are you upside down on purpose, or what was going on there? Went Australian mode? Sure looked like it. Volume 20. So what I might end up doing is I might end up running 2 copies of the I've already forgotten the damn name. The Bush Talk radio app. One on the game PC, and that'll be the one that spits out all of the dialogue about all the point of interest we find, and then I'll run another copy on the stream computer, and that one will control the music. But we'll see. Volume 40. And when I'm doing this, I'm looking at my other map to see if I'm heading towards something or not. Apparently it's probably gonna say something here in a moment about this town. Actually, we're kind of close. Pause music. Alright, so let's see if it plays the dialogue for this city here. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. It's not playing anything. Might not play those. Alright, continuing on then. Pause music. Radio volume 80.
Diamond Tree 71 Bravo Charlie, make a right turn heading 180 traffic at your 9 o'clock 1 mile.
Radio volume 50.
1500 feet.
Right turn to 180 looking for traffic. Diamond Tree 71 Bravo Charlie.
Some interesting, like, ground formations here. You can see how they... I mean, it looks like they were probably hills, but then everything was cut down with, like, a quarry or something. Kind of weird. Like this. This looks like it's former volcanic formation or something. I mean, that's just... it's just odd. I don't know. Am I using custom weather? No, I'm using live weather. At least it should be. Yeah, it's using live weather. No idea. Well, it just changed a little bit. Your live weather shows clear skies. I don't know. Oh, shoot. Pause music.
The Canadian National Vimy Memorial is a war memorial site in France dedicated to the memory of Canadian Expeditionary Force members killed during the First World War. It also serves as the place of commemoration for Canadian soldiers of the First World War killed or presumed dead in France who have no known grave. The monument is the centerpiece of a 100-hectare preserved battlefield park that encompasses a portion of the ground over which the Canadian Corps made their assault during the
Radio
initial
volume
Battle
10.
of Vimy Ridge offensive of the Battle of Arras. The Battle of Vimy Ridge was the first time all 4 divisions of the Canadian Expeditionary Force participated in a battle as a cohesive formation, and it became a Canadian national symbol of achievement and sacrifice. France ceded to Canada perpetual use of a portion of land on Vimy Ridge on the understanding that Canada used the land to establish a battlefield park and memorial. Wartime tunnels, trenches, craters, and unexploded munitions still honeycomb the grounds of the site, which remains largely closed off for reasons of public safety. Along with preserved trench lines, several other memorials and cemeteries are contained within the park. The project took designer Walter Seymour Allwood 11 years to build. King Edward VIII unveiled it on the 26th of July 1936 in the presence of French President Albert Le Brun and a crowd of over 50,000 people, including 6,200 attendees from Canada. Following an extensive multi-year restoration, Queen Elizabeth II rededicated the monument on the 9th of April 2007 at a ceremony commemorating the 90th anniversary of the battle. The site is maintained by Veterans Affairs Canada. The Vimy Memorial is one of only 2 National Historic Sites of Canada located outside the country, the other being the Beaumont Hamel Newfoundland Memorial.
That's awesome. And then this is... Hold on. This is where they said that there's still unexploded ordnance and stuff. Let's see if it talks about this now. Yeah, bush talk is free, yes. Oh, there, I guess there's the trenches and stuff. You can see some of it below us. Don't know if there's supposed to be as many trees as there are here. Okay, so bear with me a moment. So we now seem to have the issue of the point of interest are really, really close to each other, and because of that, the audio from the second one is not playing. So I'm going to temporarily pause, and we're going to go over to it and play it manually.
Vimy Ridge, a line of high ground west of the village of Vimy and north of the town of Arras, is the site of one of a significant battle of the First World War, especially for the nation of Canada. By early 1917, the Western Front had long settled into stagnant trench warfare, with little significant movement over its length through the whole of Belgium and France. The Allies formed a plan for British forces to stage an offensive around Arras, largely to relieve German pressure on French positions such as Verdun to the south. As the first phase of this plan, Canadian forces were to take Vimy Ridge, some of the highest land in the area, commanding views over the expected Arras battlefield. Despite the dug-in positions and positional advantage of Germany, the Canadians formed and executed a plan to capture the ridge using innovative tactics. The infantry was supported by a creeping barrage, in which artillery fire is directed just ahead of the foot soldiers, who lighten their gear in order to make the best time across the exposed plain below the ridge. The result was one of the few times that the trench stalemate was broken during the middle years of the war, with the Canadian forces seizing the ridge, nearby villages, and smaller areas of high ground over a 3-day period. The attack was also supported extensively by aerial reconnaissance and became the scene of large aerial battles. Manfred von Richter
Radio volume 0.
Circus, Jaster 11, was moved to this area, and it was the main site of the famous Bloody April of 1917 in the days leading up to the Vimy Ridge attack and the Arras offensive more generally. Flying low over the ridge, You can see the terrain features that made it so tactically important, but also some of the features that made it possible to capture and hold. The ridge slopes relatively gradually as you approach it from the west, but then drops off steeply to the east, which made it difficult for the Germans to move reinforcements and made the ridge easier to hold against a counterattack from the east than it was to take from the west. The success of the Canadians in taking the ridge was not without grim cost. About 3,600 Allied soldiers were killed, with similar casualties on the German side. Today, the largest Canadian war memorial outside Canada stands on top of the ridge, although it is represented by an autogen hotel block in the stock flight simulator scenery.
No, it's updated now. That's crazy. Alright, let's head over here. Zone Rouge. See if it triggers that now. I might need to... The Bush Trip radio, it has a little nav map file in it too that I can load into little nav map that'll actually show those point of interest on this. I might need to do that.
The Zone Rouge is a chain of non-contiguous areas throughout northeastern France that the French government isolated after the First World War. The land, which originally covered more than 1,200 square kilometers, was deemed too physically and environmentally damaged by conflict for human habitation. Rather than attempt to immediately clean up the former battlefields, the land was allowed to return to nature. Restrictions within the Zone Rouge still exist today, although the control areas have been greatly reduced. Under French law, activities such as housing, farming, or forestry were temporarily or permanently forbidden in the Zone Rouge because of the vast amounts of human and animal remains and millions of items of unexploded ordnance contaminating the land. Some towns and villages were never permitted to be rebuilt after the war.
Damn. Just damn. I didn't realize it was still, some of them were still active. Alright, I do not see any other point of interest near us right now. So we are going to continue on. Pause music. Radio volume 50. A lot of construction, fine, yeah, I remember every now and then there's always like some World War II bomb or something was found and they had to clear it out. Like, there was something in the Netherlands like just last year. Okay, actually, all right. Pause real quick. I'm gonna let me get little nav map and let me actually load that point of interest thing so I actually have a reference here, because that's gonna help me. User points, import CSV, flight sim stuff. 2024 community folder. Bush Talk Radio landmarks. No, that's not it. Okay, cool. So we have those. Cool. there are 2 points of interest to the south, not that far away. Let's go see those. I'm glad I did that. I wouldn't have realized those were there. Yeah, I seem to be having really bad weather today. I don't know what's going on. ARIS Station? ARIS Station? We'll see.
Arras is the prefecture of the
Pause
Pas-de-Calais
music.
department, which forms part of the region of Hauts-de-France. Before the reorganization of 2014, it was in Nord-Pas-de-Calais. The historic center of the Artois region, with a Baroque town square, Arras is in northern France at the confluence of the rivers Scarpe and Crincon. The Arras Plain is on a large chalk plateau bordered on the north by the Marquefals Fault, on the southwest by the Artois and Tournai Hills, and on the south by the slopes of Beaufort-Blavincourt. On the east it is connected to the Scarpe Valley. Established during the Iron Age by the Gauls, the town of Arras was first known as Nemetasena, which is believed to have originated from the Celtic word nematon, meaning sacred space. Saint Vedast was the first Catholic bishop in the year 499 and tried to eliminate paganism among the Franks. By 843, Arras was seat of the county of Artois, which became part of the royal domain in 1191. The first mention of the name Arras appeared in the 12th century. Some hypothesize it is a contraction of Atrebates, a Belgic tribe of Gaul and Britain that used to inhabit the area. The name Atrebates could have successively evolved to become Atreides, Arras, and finally Arras.
Atreides? What?
Comes from the Celtic word ar, meaning running water.
Wrong Atreides.
Flows through Arras, or simply the name of Abraham's wife Sarah spelled backwards.
Spelled backwards. I have so many characters on MMOs that are just an object I found in my room that I spelled the name backwards. Okay. So that, it looks like it just kind of highlights the center point of the town. It doesn't really, I thought it would put it like in the town square, but I guess not. Don't know what the main part of the town would be. How about I just do a circle and look for a church, because that's probably where the town square is usually at, right? I don't really see anything that looks like a church, except for possibly that right there. That might be the church. I'm not sure. Might be a church. I don't know if it's the church. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Alright, continuing on. Next track. I guess a lot of churches in France and all of Europe. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, it's another player. Halo 60. I don't know, like, I kind of wish that there was a little bit of crosstalk between people in beta and people in the live version of the game, so you could see each other, but I can also understand why they don't do that. Alright, we are also at a half tank of fuel. Slightly under. Whoa! Real... I think my game just crashed. Pause music. I think my game just crashed. Yep, game just crashed. Okay. All right. Let's try that again. Steam. Flight Sim. Play. That's no good. Oh, man. All right, real quick, guys, while this is loading in again, I'm going to quickly go use the bathroom. I will be right back. Let me get the... Just going to run the ads, get those out of the way, so we don't have it interrupting later. But I'll be right back, guys. All right. See, it's a little bit easier for me to climb into it when the aircraft's not running, because I can move the cyclic stick without tipping the helicopter over. What is it, Cricket? Come here. Cricket's over there crying again. Pay attention to me. All right. So this is where we started off at. I think we are Eris, there we go. Eris Station, and we had gotten somewhere here before it crashed out on us. Can we please... Okay, I was like, I want to see the highway. Alright, so I see that. We crashed right as we were crossing the highway. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to backtrack a little bit. And we're going to start off in this field right here. Departure. On ground shutdown. Okay, and start. All right, so now let's swap to VR. All right, look in front of me, press shift. Yeah, so clicking on that or that removes both of those. They should be separate, because that should be part of the walk around. You walk all the way to the tail. Okay. Resetting view again. Let's set the aircraft up. We were, well, seats. We're empty on seats. Except for the pilot, which I am 200 pounds. Load. Cargo. Nothing. Cricket, what you doing, buddy? And yeah, half tank of fuel is fine. Alright. Next, we're going to turn that back on. Put you down there. Cricket, what is it? Cricket. Cricket. What is it, buddy? Come here. Come here. Come on. She wants to get in the back room where the washing machine is. She hears the sound in there. Hey, what you up to? Cricket. Cricket. Come here. Got a little bit more food in here. There you go. Got some more food in there, buddy. All right. Now, when I smack my head like that, the double tap, the Quest 3 goes into pass-through mode so I can see the world. And that's the reason why I'm doing it. What is it? Is it because I'm not paying attention to you? Usually when she comes down here, I'm trying to like touch her and pet her as much as possible. And now she's like, why aren't you paying attention to me? Come here. Come here. You can sit on the chair if you want. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on up here, buddy. Oh my God. Also, more cough drops. I go through these so damn fast. I also just realized that little nav map when the game crashed, it crashed really hard. And now little nav map isn't showing my location. That's freaking great. I loaded into the wrong area. Or did I? I don't know if I did or not. All right, restarting a little nav map. Okay, so let me show you guys this now. So as you can see where the game stopped working, and I just backtracked a little bit to kind of put us in this field. So I can sit, like, I'm trying to make sure that I'm not skipping over areas. I will refly a location, but I do not want to skip an area and then somebody comes along and says, "Oh, you skipped this. You didn't actually fly that portion of the flight." Making sure that I backtrack a little bit. All right. All right, let's get this helicopter running. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I need to try to do a thing. Right now, I have a button that switches between idle and flight mode. In real life, that is a twist grip, and I'm curious if they've made it a twist grip again. So let's check and see if they actually have that. First things first, let this load. Okay. Collective. And first search by input. So yeah, twist, throttle, twist, grip, throttle. Okay. So I'm going to search for twist again. Now see, this is the annoying part, is that these are all digital inputs. Why do they not have this? Yeah, annoyingly, setting the axes does not count, apparently. That kind of sucks. Dang it. I was hoping I could set one to be positive and the other one release, but I can't. Also, there seems to be an issue that when you delete it, it then does not show up. I think you have to change from one to the next. And then it might show up. Yeah. So you have to leave the window and then go back in, which is kind of weird. We search for just throttle. It would be nice to have that as an actual... Nah, see? That is not throttle. That's collective. Why is throttle axes moving the collective? I know that having airplane throttle set... See, but that's helicopter. And see, you have axes and then you have digital. Digital is just on-off button presses. Okay, that does nothing. That does nothing, so... I also just realized, what the hell is a touch pointer? What is a touch pointer? Because I've got my meta controllers down here. I don't know what the hell a touch pointer is, but it sees it as a control. It's making me wonder if they have controls for doing something with a touch screen, but I don't have any touch screens plugged in. So, a little bit curious with that. Yeah, so doesn't seem like we're able to... Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're not setting that control today. What? Okay, there it goes. They don't know how touchpad's called. It's I just don't know if they have it. Because if they're doing something, like for example, if I turn my GPS stuff on, this is technically a touchscreen. If they're doing something where they can actually take a touchpad in the real world and send those inputs to this, that would be amazing. Because then I could actually, especially if you have a screen behind it, mimicking it, you could actually type all your stuff out and it would actually work properly. That would be really nice. If that's the case, awesome. But I've not heard any word of that being done. All right, let's do this. Horn check. I have no horn. Hold on. Weird. If you turn it on and off again, then it works. Weird. I don't know. Something odd is going on. Clear left. Clear right. Clear. Protection switch. I need to 3D print some of these. Because I need to put one on the battery switch. Because I want to make a 3D print that has these 5 switches and then these, well, I only need these 2 buttons for that and that. And that would be nice. What are these other ones? Warning light test and fire test. Yeah. If you hear that sound, you've got a fire. Bad shit's happening. Get down to the ground as quick as possible. Horn is so horny. Yeah. Sim volume 50. Radio volume 50. Alright. Twist script. Up to flight power. Horn on. And again, you always run the horn as a function check to make sure it turns off at the proper place. Always want to do a function check. Alright, we're good to go. Let's continue. Next track. If the game crashes at that same point again, that's going to be annoying. Alright, re-intercepted my route. So let's see if it crashes again. We will reach our previous point right before we cross this highway. So right about now. Okay, we got past it. Cool. Oh, shit. We've got a slight problem, though. Because I loaded in, I didn't load my route into my thing, so I need to... When we get to the next airport, we got to reload our flight plan. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, from the last location to the next, it's 24 nautical miles. So we're probably about 14 away from our location. Ryanair. KLM. I don't know a lot of these other aircraft codes, though. Alright, we've re-intercepted our route. Continuing on. Cattle and sheep down below. Pause music. Hold on. Hey, Dietrich. Why? Hold on. See, now you're making me check. Why is my Streamlabs bot hasn't made a single sound today? I'm guessing it got disconnected. Yeah, my bot got disconnected. Damn it. Let me fix this stuff. Okay, so I gotta do... Shit. Connect. Generate a new token. Damn it. Twitch. Log out of my own damn thing. This is what's making me think I should possibly move the bot to another thing. Generate token. Authorize. Authentication completed. You may close this tab. Good. Connect. Okay. It's connected now. Hard for me to see this landmark, which is annoying. I wish the Bush Talk radio thing had its own map in the game. It would be amazing. While I'm out of here, I might as well get that done. So here, let me show you guys this. OBS, display capture. So I can, our previous route, I'm going to go F7, open the thing up, and I can sit there and from where we started at, I can then delete all the other point of interest that we've already been to. And we will start our next route right there at near Jennings Air Base. Cool. So file, export for 2024. Save, close that, put little nav map back on the screen, load into Flight Sim, and go this, load from plan file on the PC. That pops up a window, go to documents, date modified, puts everything at the top. It loads. And then I click send. Avionics. And there. Now all my avionics have everything. And we'll get to it as we get closer. Well, next airport essentially. Next track. There was an aircraft paused behind me. I wonder who it is. Volume 40. That's a slightly larger plane. Looks like Can't tell if it's a C-17 or an Airbus. Oh no, it's got propellers. It's probably an Airbus thing.
Roman 19er Victor holding short of runway 22. I'm holding short. Have you in sight? Appreciate it.
Been wondering why that hadn't been playing all day long. We have to deviate, guys. There seems to be a large airplane. Oh my god. Pause music. What is it? What is it? An A400. Okay. Okay, what? Midgar and Jotunheim. What is this? That's the name of the boat. These are boats on the not exactly a river, but a what do you call it? Canal, right? So like, why is Midgar and Jotunheim here? Flight model's broken. That sucks. I don't think that boat is supposed to be in this canal. Yeah, no. We have another evergreen situation now. Don't quite think so. Yeah, game? Exactly. Now, is this a World War I or a World War II memorial? It is not playing any audio. Make sure it's actually turned on.
The Combray Memorial to the Missing is
Radio
a
volume 0.
Graves Commission Memorial for the missing soldiers of World War I who fought in the Battle of Combray on the Western Front. Located in Louisville, near the town of Combray in France, it commemorates over 7,000 servicemen from the United Kingdom and South Africa who died in the battle and have no known grave. The memorial was designed by Harold Charlton Bradshaw and unveiled in 1930. It consists of a tall, white limestone obelisk standing atop a large circular base, inscribed with the names of the missing soldiers. The Battle of Combray, which took place from November to December 1917, was notable for the use of tanks in large numbers and marked a significant phase in the development of mechanized warfare during World War I.
So, sadly, they don't have a model here. They've got the auto-gen buildings. So they don't actually have a model for the memorial. Hopefully one day they get that. That'd be nice. Alright, continuing on. So the next point of interest will be the city center. And then we'll finally get to the airfield. I am going the wrong way. Next track. Volume 40. Radio volume 40. I'm going to try something. Don't know if this is going to work or not. First, take my thing of rope that I bought and I still haven't used yet.
H2O.
Pull that battery off.
Water sucks. It really, really sucks.
Alright, we're wireless. Battery charge port. Plug that in. And battery. There we go. And I don't know what's going on. Your aircraft keeps cloaking. The thing falls out of the sky at 150. Does it have leading edge slats and flaps are deploying or something? Because they're designed for short takeoff and landing, aren't they, I thought?
Diamond Tree 4, Alpha Bravo traffic 10 o'clock 4 miles level at 90500.
Looking for traffic, Diamond Tree 4, Alpha Bravo.
Flap stages from 21 to 60. I believe the propellers are constant speed and then you can adjust the pitch. Are you only changing the propeller speed? Because you're supposed to just set the propeller speed, leave it alone, and then it's pitch control. Because if you're lowering the RPM, yeah, you're not getting any thrust. I think that looks like a driving test location. Alright, are we going to get a point of interest for this village, town, whatever it is? I mean, there's an air base here.
A sub-prefecture of the department,
Here we go.
Cambrai,
Pause
is
music.
a town which had 32,518 inhabitants in the census of 2009. It is in the heart of the which, with 47,138 inhabitants, ranks as 7th largest of the department. Its a more extensive range included 65,986 inhabitants in 2009. With Lille and the towns of the former Nord-Pas-de-Calais mining basin, it is also part of the which has more than 3.8 million inhabitants. Towards the end of the Roman Empire, Cambrai replaced Beauvais as the capital of the land of the Nervii. At the beginning of the Merovingian era, Cambrai became the seat of an immense archdiocese covering all the right bank of the Scheldt and the center of a small ecclesiastical principality, roughly coinciding with the Shire of Brabant, including the central part of the Low Countries. The bishopric had some limited secular power and depended on the Holy Roman Empire until annexation to France in 1678. Fenelon, nicknamed the Swan of Cambrai, was the most renowned of the archbishops.
The hell was that?
The fertile
Did you guys
lands
just hear
which
a thump?
surrounded and the textile industry gave it prosperity in the Middle Ages, but in modern times it is less industrialized than its neighbors of Nord-Pas-de-Calais. Cambrai was the Duke of Wellington's headquarters for the British Army of Occupation from 1815 to 1818. Occupied and partly destroyed by the German army during World War I, Cambrai saw unfold in its vicinity the Battle of Cambrai, where tanks were massively and successfully used for the first time. A second Battle of Cambrai took place between 8 and the 10th of October 1918 as part of the 100 Days Offensive. World War II was followed by reconstructions and a rapidly developing economy and population, abruptly reversed by the 1973 oil crisis.
Whoa.
Cambrai today is a lively city and, despite the past destruction, maintains a rich monumental heritage. Cambrai is affirmed as the urban center of Cambresis. Its economic life is strengthened by its position on the main local highway and river.
I need a little bit of work done on the level of detail. You can see how the panels are changing look as we fly over them. But the fact that they actually place those down where the solar panels are, that's cool. I don't think this airfield is active anymore. So, yeah. That runway, they've replaced the southern end with just solar panels. This runway has X's all over it, so I don't think this is active anymore.
Currently at 7500, Piper 623, Charlie Echo.
And I am again attempting to land with a tailwind, which is not good. Spin this thing around. Get some airspeed again. There we go. We're right on the verge of translational lift, which is the 15 to 30 knot airspeed. Alright, there we go. Is that what the X's mean? Yeah, the X's usually mean that that area is not supposed to be landed on. A lot of times, like, the airport exists, so if there's, like, an emergency, yeah, you can possibly land there, but just be aware that it's not a normal airport. You might have people driving on it. If it's in the U.S., drag racing on it. I don't know if they do a bunch of drag racing on it in other countries, but it's just usually a closed down airstrip. Alright, continuing on. We are heading in northeast again. Pause music. Whoa, shit! That scared me. My phone just fell in my pocket. That scared the shit out of me. Alright. Set that down right there. Looking for other point of interest. Nope, I don't see anything. Get some airspeed, please. Is it just me, Dietrich? But does the AI voice reading it sound suspiciously kind of like the one used for reading Galnet on Elite Dangerous? It sucks that this will not send data to that. It's supposed to, but it doesn't. All right, let's get a little bit of altitude.
Qatar 351 Heavy, proceed direct to fix at intersection.
Direct to fix it, Qatar 351 Heavy.
I've got a little bit of a tailwind here. At least 10 knots. I'm guessing a lot of the power lines going to and from the wind turbines, they are probably ran underground underneath the road leading up to the turbine. That way they don't interfere with any of the farmer stuff around it. Also, the Bush Talk Radio, they update their point of interest monthly. So as people add new things, you can continuously get new stuff to go find.
The Battle of Denain was fought on the 24th
Pause
of
music.
July 1712 as part of the War of the Spanish Succession. It resulted in a French victory under Marshal
1712
Villars against Dutch and Austrian forces under Prince Eugene of Savoy. After a detailed examination of the enemy dispositions, Villars decided in the greatest secrecy to attack Denain. Elements of the French cavalry were sent to seize the various bridges crossing the River Sella, which ran through Le Cateau to join the Scheldt opposite Denain. During the evening, a French detachment also took up positions around a mill at Haspra, blocking the river that crossed there. That night, the French infantry began to march towards Prince Eugene's forces at Landrecies. In response to the threat, Prince Eugene reinforced Landrecies, weakening the Allied right wing, under the Earl of Albemarle, which held Denain. At dawn, however, Villars swung the line of advance of his army and aimed it behind the cover of the Sella in 3 columns at Denain. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Villars and his principal lieutenants drew up their plan of attack at Avesnes-le-Sec. They chose the windmill there as a vantage point for observation of the surrounding lowland. 24,000 French infantry would attack the 10,500 strong Dutch garrison of Denain. At 7 o'clock, the French infantrymen reached Neuville-sur-Escaut and were immediately ordered to seize the bridges across the Scheldt. At 8 o'clock, the Allies were surprised to discover a large French
on one
presence
side
in the area. The Earl of Albemarle, at the head of the Dutch garrison in and around Denain, warned Prince Eugene, but the Prince of Savoy was then not greatly concerned. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the attack had developed to the point of an assault on the palisade at Denain. The French sappers led the infantry against heavy fire and took Denain at the point of the bayonet. Many defenders were killed, and the remaining Dutch infantry attempted to escape across the Mill Bridge. However, it came
Radio
to
volume
a
10.
retreat, and hundreds of Allied troops drowned. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Prince Eugene attempted to force his way
Radio
across
volume
the
0.
Scheldt at Prouvy to help Albemarle. Under the command of the Prince de Tingry, French regiments held the bridge at Prouvy against repeated Austrian attacks. Finally, as the day drew to a close, the French destroyed the bridge to prevent it falling into the hands of the enemy. That left the Prince of Savoy's army blocked on the left flank by the Scheldt, and the Allies could not counterattack to retake Denain. There, Albemarle and his staff were taken prisoner, together with some 4,100 troops. The Allies suffered 6,500 losses, mostly borne by the Dutch, while French casualties were 2,100.
Alright. Is it going to play the next one? This one does not have an audio log, that's why. Alright, and continuing on. Shit! That truck should not have come anywhere close to me. Pause music. Alright, continuing on. So yeah, we are still in France right now. This leg is 56 nautical miles. So let's pull as much power as we can and just go as fast as we can. Remind me when we get to the next location, I need fuel. We're traveling at 140 knots airspeed. Ground speed is 148. So a little bit of a tailwind component, but a lot of wind pushing us from right to left. So yeah, right now, Volume 10, right now, the games that I want to be playing are Flight Sim, Elite Dangerous, Final Fantasy XIV, Assassin's Creed, And I do want to get back and continue doing some Guild Wars 2 at some point. So, yeah, we're going to be bouncing around a bunch of different games over the next couple months, I think. Volume 40. Got a fire station down here. All right. And for those new to the stream, again, we're playing a French playlist because we're traveling through France. So, trying to listen to the music of the area. Today's 90s will be alternating between like 80s, 90s, and aughts. I think this is like my very first forest, actually, in France. That's a lot of trees. Because I've got this mod that removes so many trees around where farmland is, this is what everything used to look like. So now it's what most everything does not. Now we're getting a lot of trees. And you can see it on the satellite imagery, too. Holy crap. Don't know why this thing's having such a hard time. Oh, great. I can't click on any of those. That's great. That one's got 5 buttons. This one has 6. This one has 7. I don't know. I don't know. I think something's weird with this. Let me try something. No, none of these buttons work. No, nothing on it works. Holy shit. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I can't do anything on the screen anymore. I can't do anything on any of the screens. What? Hold on. I'm gonna pause and unpause. I don't... And now I can move it. I don't understand this thing sometimes. You just have random points where it's just nothing seems to work. It is almost 6 p.m. in France. We're sitting about 3,000 feet above sea level. Probably about 2,900 over ground. But that does get us into the higher wind area, so we have a little bit more of a boost to get to the next location. And original Godspeed, thank you very much for the follow. For some reason, that bot command is not being written to my chat program that I have with both Twitch and YouTube, but it is reading to the one with only Twitch. I don't know why it does that. Oh, we got a point of interest. We gotta go see it. Gotta make sure that we're actually catching these. The rear guard affair of Le Grand Fat. Pause music. Might play at 2 kilometers. What is 2 kilometers to nautical miles? Like 1.5 or something? 1.6? I don't know.
The rearguard affair of Le Grand Fate was a rearguard action fought at Grand Fate by the British Expeditionary Force during the Great Retreat on the Western Front in 1914. The German Second Army Commander General Karl von Bülow had ordered a rapid pursuit after the battles of 21 to the 24th of August against the French Fifth Army and the Expeditionary Force. The First and Second Armies were sent to the southwest to gain the left flank of the Allied line. The ex-reserve corps encountered especially obstinate resistance at Marbais and Le Grand Fate. On the morning of the 26th of August 1914, the 2nd Connaught Rangers under Lieutenant Colonel A.W. Abercrombie covering the retreat of the British 5th Infantry Brigade from. Unknown to Abercrombie, by late morning the retreat had already taken place and the orders had not reached the Connaught Rangers. Hearing the sound of rifle fire coming from nearby Marbais, Abercrombie set off with 2 platoons of infantry in the direction Marbais only to come under heavy artillery and machine gun fire. Abercrombie then ordered his force to retire on Le Grand Fate, which locals had told him was clear of Germans, only to discover that Le Grand Fate had been abandoned. Abercrombie and his men then came under heavy fire from Germans concealed in the village, and the order was given to retreat through the surrounding fields. Despite the German small arms fire and the difficulty of communication in the close terrain, the retreat was carried out in an orderly fashion, although 6 officers and 280 men were still missing on the 29th of August, including Abercrombie. By the evening the 10 Reserve Corps was still near Marbais and Avanes. The pursuit by the Second Army was ordered to continue on the 27th of August through Landrecies and Trelon, with the 10 Reserve Corps advancing towards Wassigny.
Alright. Pause music. Alright, getting back on our route. Radio volume 50. Yeah, I still think some of the birds are giant. They probably did it just to make the birds more visible, but when the birds are larger than a car, that's a problem. See a tower in front of us. I don't know if it's a point of interest though. Might just be a radio antenna or something. It looks like a slightly different shape than normal, so I'm gonna go check it out. Yeah, I'm not seeing a point of interest. Huh. We're about to cross into Belgium again. Oh, hello. Big old quarry here. Ah, damn it! It did it again! My game froze. Okay, so I have a feeling it's one of my new mods.
Hawaiian 645.
So what I'm gonna do... Oh, that kind of sucks. That's now the second one. Okay, let's do some research here. We're gonna check Event Viewer, and let's see if we can narrow down exactly... That happened at 10:58. Pause music. Alright, so we had one error in the last hour. One application error. Faulting application name, Flight Sim 2024. Does it have the package that actually crashed? No, okay, so it was Flight Sim itself that crashed. But the problem is, of course, the plugin is what is running in it, so of course it's going to do that. Let me also open up reliability history, because that will also display error messages. Alright, so we had... And just showing app crash. Damn. So yeah, there's something with one of my new plugins that is making it throw a fit. So let's go into Flight Sim stuff. Open up community folder. And this is the nice thing about having it organized by date installed. All right, so I installed about 20 programs yesterday. So let me... Trying to think. Let's start off by taking half of those and put them into a different folder. That will essentially make them not work. New folder. Disabled. Okay, so let's do that, and let's take the first half of what I installed yesterday and put them into that folder, effectively disabling them. Okay, so we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 mods are active, and then the other half are disabled. So essentially what I'm going to do now is I am going to load the game again, fly again, and we're going to see if we can narrow down what is actually crashing. That's kind of annoying. Well, the ads are playing. I'm going to go use the bathroom again. I will be right back. Seems it's weird how it's crashing every time I About once every hour? I don't know. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, it's loaded. Try this again. Because up until now, we have not had a crash. That being said, today is also the first day that I've had, that I've been using Sim Update 3 for Beta 2. Or Sim Update 2 Beta 3, I should say. So, where's my mouse? Start. The crash might be because of the new beta, for all I know. We'll go through and we'll narrow it down, but all right. So free flight again. We were just flying over that what is it called? We were just flying over that. I can't see this and that. It was a quarry, right? So we're not that far north again. We're down here somewhere. Now the catch is finding where were we? I'm looking for any locations that I'm recognizing the name. Because yeah, I think we already passed that. Can we please go to map view? There we go. Yeah, I think we already flew over that. We flew over that, and we were somewhere down here. So now I can actually turn little nav map back on and find out exactly where we were. Rear guard. So we're looking for that rear guard of something. Yeah, there it is. So we were around here. And then we are looking for a quarry. Yeah, so we had crashed about right there. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off again. Right there. Set as departure. Let's just do airborne. Actually, no. On ground, ready for takeoff. Collective all the way down. And start flight. Let's go to little nav map. Oh, that's funny.
The Piper 456, Alpha Bravo cleared into the Bravo
So here,
airspace,
hold on. I gotta show you guys this.
Cleared into Bravo, maintaining 6500, Piper 456 Alpha Bravo.
Uh-oh. Ready to fly. Okay, there it is. So... yeah. Okay, cool. Let's load back in then. That goes down there. Let me zoom out slightly so I can see the thing. Oh, that's right, I gotta redo all my setups. Oh, man. This is annoying. Alright, so look forward, reset. Close that. We can now do this again. I wish that they would allow you, if you set up your passengers and stuff, it would remember that. Because, like, I don't ever change the configuration of my aircraft. Ever. And we were closer to, like, we were lower on fuel. Like 40%. Trying to simulate having to refuel and everything. Sim volume 40. I don't know, why does it keep lowering my volume too? That's another weird thing. Okay, load from PC. Okay. Sent to avionics. And centered. Okay, cool. All right, let's do this again. Okay, picking up. Pause music. See, and we crashed again immediately. I think there's something in the city that it is not liking. Frickin', oh, I swear to God. We moved like 20 feet and then another crash immediately. All right, so... damn. Pause music. One day we'll get further. Back into the community folder. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I am going to get rid of the mods that add the roads. So, new, disabled 2. And this is, so what I'm essentially doing now is, as I go through this, if we can get to the point where we can figure out which one is causing the issue. Yeah. The Bush Talk radio thing shouldn't be causing an issue because it's an outside client. It's all web-based. Their little client is just hooked into the thing where it just sends your data latitude to longitude. Hopefully it's not the new season one, because that makes the trees look much better. Okay, let's try it again. I apologize, guys, for this thing continuously crashing. It's annoying because, yeah. Try to add all these things to try to make the game look and perform better, but at the end of the day, it's meh. All right. I mean, it loads a lot quicker than 2020 did, right? Let's try this again. It's weird, too, because, like, I'm now kind of, like, able to, like, look at this and be like, oh, I need to zoom in here, because that's about where we are in the world. There's Eris again. See, like, now I know where Eris is at. Alright, I'm now noticing that we're not getting... Wait, did the point of interest vanish? Oh, no, there they are. Memorial to the Missing. No, what the hell thing? We've already seen that. We're not that far south. Or wait, are we? What is this? Yeah, there's the rear guard thing again. So we're looking for the... How did I do this? How did I... Yeah, so there's our quarry again. We're going to line up on this field. Departure. On ground, ready for takeoff. And start VR. I'm sorry, I didn't have it in VR mode, so you guys didn't see any of that. Damn it. If it crashes again, I'm not really sure what else can be having the issue, because literally the only mods that I have left that I installed yesterday are the tree mod, which has been running the entire time. You would think it would have an issue before we got to this point. And of course, there's a tree directly in front of us. That's always good.
United 346, turn left, heading 080.
I know what's going on.
Turning left to 080.
Not for the crash.
346.
Why do I not have a map now? My map is broken. What? What? How did that get moved to there? That's supposed to be the button all the way on the left. I'm so confused. So because the game's crashing, it's not saving its volume level. That's why it's sim volume 50. All right, let's simulate this again. See if we get another crash. Are we going to get another crash? Can we get over the quarry today? Because right around here is right where it crashed the last few times. Okay, so far so good. No crashes yet. Alright. Continuing on. I still don't have my route. Shit. I apologize. Alright, route is back in. So I'm now really curious what this is then. Because this tower is of a design that I have yet to see. It looks like it has some kind of observation thing at the top. Oh, shit! Forgot I didn't remove the people from the back. Should probably also turn the fuel pump on and my exterior lights. That would be nice. Completely forgot to remove the people from the back. Yeah, I look behind me, I'm like, whoa, wait, who are you? Like, it's a little bit unnerving for me to have somebody behind me. Whenever I'm playing VR chat, one of the very first things I do whenever I enter any world is once I get situated and comfortable, I pop open a personal mirror and I put it above me so I can see behind me, because it's weird having somebody, like, sneak up behind you. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go to Aircraft, Flight Performance, and we're going to, Oh, I wonder where they all went while I was midair and flying. There's only one place they could have gone. I probably just opened the door and they're gone. Out the door. There's no more people in my helicopter. Let me dump all their damn cargo too. Alright. They never should have been on my helicopter. In my helicopter.
Reduce speed to 200 knots.
Radio volume 40.
For separation. United 758.
Alright, let's actually get that enabled too. Say intentions. Put you down there. Thank you. Alright. We need to be on center. 124.85. It's raining men, right? Next track. Alright, so I think I might have figured out one of the 4 programs I removed is probably causing the crash. At a later date, I will go back to that crater and figure out which one it was. I have a feeling it's something to do with the roads. What is this song? What song is playing? I don't know what song this is. It's trippy as hell. Part of it sounds like the beginning of Futurama. Pause music. I'm sorry, that's starting to hurt my ears. Next track. I'm going to do an active pause real quick. For some reason, it's not tracking my aircraft again. Little nav map. Load back in, please. We have to deviate.
United 567, reduce speed to 230 knots for sequencing.
Slowing to 230 knots, United 567.
So here now is the next issue. The pause music. This bush trip mod has added thousands upon thousands of new point of interest, a whole bunch of them with dialogue and everything. Because of that, and the fact that before we even get to the next location, we're going to 2 of them, what will probably happen is at some point, I will probably delete the current route and remake a new route with these new point of interest on part of the route, if that makes sense. Right? So, yeah. Chimay Castle. We're actually in Belgium again. So we've crossed the border again. Actually, where I turned around, we were about to re-enter France. And I turned around right at the border. But we're going back and forth between Belgium and France right now a lot. So wait, where is this? It's like right in town. Now again, these are point of interest that community members said, oh, there's something interesting here. The catch, however, is actually, hold on. Might help to actually have the game in focus. There's a couple things I need to do. First, let me go back to Bush Talk Radio. I don't know if it's on. It's not on. Shit. Hold on. Let me guess. Do I need to actually start the app in the game to get it to recognize?
Chimay Castle, the
There it
home
is.
of the princes of Chimay for many generations, is an ancient stronghold, which some documents suggest may be as old as the year 1000. Through the years, the medieval bastion became a fortress. In the 15th century, the castle was altered. 5 new towers were linked by corridors to the keep to increase its defensive potential. Over the centuries, the castle was damaged by many wars, looters, and pillagers. Finally, in 1935, a fire destroyed much of what was left, including many irreplaceable works of art. Despite the damage, the princely family decided to rebuild the structure, and repairs have continued since that time. Initially, writings relate the presence of the town of Chimay in the 11th century, though the settlement may have existed already in the 9th century. An act dating from 1065 and 1070 reveals the presence of Gautier de Chimay. The strategic position of crossing the Eau Blanche River is a logical explanation for the establishment of an important family on the promontory. The history of the castle of Chimay is rather vague. During the Middle Ages, it seems that the Chimay branch became extinct in 1226. The land then passed to the control of the Counts of Soissons, who held it until 1317, when the castle of Chimay was owned by the Count of Hainaut, then of Blois. Around 1400,
Radio volume 0.
it was bought by Jean-2 de Croix from Philip the Good. Jean-2 de Croix was exiled by Charles the Bold in 1465 and pardoned by him in 1473, leaving descendants of the line of Croix to lead the new county of Chimay. The place was at the height of its power in the 15th century. In 1486, Maximilian I, Holy Roman Emperor, erected Chimay into a principality. Unfortunately, waves of invading Austrian and French troops successively undermined the citadel.
Ooh, a little stutter there. Okay. So it looks like I have to open up the Bush Talk app to make it send data to the thing. So... yeah, we'll definitely have to make a new route that has a lot of these places in it. Also, if you guys are unaware, the Bush Talk app, it is completely free. And if you create an account on it, one of the other things you can do is, if you know of some place that has historical significance or something interesting is there, you can actually add to it yourself. Probably has to have a link to the Wikipedia page or whatever, but you can add stuff yourself, which is nice. Pause music. Alright, we're about to cross back into France. Pause music. So even this far inland, I'm already starting to see some interesting terrain. That's cool. That is my only complaint with some areas flying around the world, is that when it's just flat, it's very boring flight-wise. I mean, there's still cool stuff to see, but having the terrain and everything, I think, adds a lot more too. But, yeah. After we go to this place here, we're going down to that airport down there, and then we're turning right back around and going that way.
The Battle of Rocroi, fought on the 19th of May 1643, was a major engagement of the 30 Years' War between the French and Spanish army. The battle began early in the morning of the 19th of May on open farmland in front of Rocroi with a French cavalry attack on the Spanish left. The French horsemen on the right pushed back the Spanish cavalry opposite, and followed up by swiftly charging the exposed Spanish left flank. The Spanish horsemen were routed, and Ongon moved against the elite Spanish infantrymen, which had engaged their French counterparts and were besting them. At the same time, the French cavalry on the left, against Ongon's orders, attacked the Spanish right and were repulsed. The Spanish mounted a counterattack, initially very successful, but their advance was eventually halted by French reserves. At this point, the French left and center were in distress. Ongon, aware that his left and center were bending under pressure, decided not to pull them back, but to exploit his momentum on the right flank. He ordered a cavalry encirclement, which was achieved via a sweeping strike and got behind the Spanish lines. He then smashed through the back of the Spanish infantry in the center and went on to crash into the rear of the Spanish right flank cavalry that had engaged his reserves. Despite heavy artillery fire and the death of their commander, the Spanish absorbed additional French cavalry attacks without breaking formation. Impressed with their gallantry in combat, Ongon offered surrender terms similar to those obtained by a besieged garrison in a fortress, and the Spanish accepted. French losses were about 4,000. The Spanish commander Melu reported his losses at 6,000 casualties and 4,000 captured in his report to Madrid 2 days after the battle. The estimates for the Spanish army's dead range from 4,000 to 8,000.
God, they didn't do those battles small back then, did they? Now see, we're only flying about 1,000 feet above ground level right now, just like we have been most of the flight. However, we're already at 2,000 foot altitude, so the ground has sloped up that much. Radio volume 30. Pause music. Push for a little bit more airspeed. I'm wondering how many people enter the stream, hear the French music playing, and then leave because they're like, oh, this is a French streamer, I can't understand them. And the problem is, even if I put English stream or American streamer playing French music, people don't ever read the titles. So that won't help at all. But am I lying though, Dietrich? Like that's... I'm just wondering how many people have done that already. It's like I just gotta keep talking or something. Alright, and again, the wind is going the wrong way, so I need to spin all the way around. I'm curious what this strip of grass is right next to the airport. Like, looking at it, I would be like, is that a... It's probably just a field that they get hay or something out of. Alright, so we're just killing our speed. Big, lazy right turn. 100 knots. 90. 80. 70. 60. 50. And there we go. Alright, picking back up. Never read. They always say too long didn't read. Yeah. That's usually how it goes. Whoa! Wait, is that a horse? I haven't seen horses in a long while. I think that's actually a horse. I think we moved away from just cattle and sheep. Oh my god, we have horses.
Hawaiian 104 climb and maintain flight level 410.
Climbing to flight level 410, Hawaiian 104.
Alright, so I'm going to go up a little bit. In front of us is a power plant. And I can kinda, at a distance, I swore I saw, like, a particle effect that was like the steam or something coming up from it. I don't know. Don't know if I'm not seeing it now. But now we have a tailwind. Yeah, 20 knot tailwind. Those birds are way too damn big. Alright. Yeah, there it is, right there. Right above my little white dot. There's a slight darkening on the horizon. I'm seeing 2 clouds. Might be kind of hard to see. Oh, that's so cool! I can see the power line, and they got the little red and white sphere balls going on all the wires down here. Whole bunch of them. Let me go down so you guys can see them. So yeah, this is a canyon that you do not want to fly through. That is a lot of wires. A lot of wires going across that. Now that being said, you don't want to fly down that canyon because of the wires, but guess what? We're going to fly down the canyon. But we're going to make sure that we go under the wires. Whoa! Yeah. It does some weird shit with the, my trim string when we go underneath something like that, though. Oh, this is a nice little village. You're just like inside this curve of the thing. And I think that's a tunnel right there. Tunnel goes through the hill. See if we can find where it comes out, if that's the case. Ah, yeah, right there. So it's a railroad. Okay.
762 Alpha Bravo, maintain VFR below
Cool.
7,000.
So you got the road up here and then the railroad down there. So railroad, they try to get it to go as straight as possible. Still got to get it to go over the water. More power lines. We're gonna go up and over. These people up top here, they've got a hell of a view too. Wait, what the hell? Oh no, railroad goes into that. Comes out there. Shit. Yeah, they've got tunnels all over the place here. I love, like, when terrain does this kind of stuff. It's so cool to me. Alright, continuing on. Let's find our power plant, which is probably right there. And climb to get a tailwind. You got the big old power lines heading to it. Has my pilot landed yet and had their bathroom break? Essentially, when I go take a bathroom break in real life is when my pilot does. That's why I try to do it when I'm on the ground. Ooh, we're getting a little bit of turbulence. Check the, what do you call it? Thermals. Oh, wrong button. Oh yeah, there's definitely some thermals here. That's what's throwing us around. Oh, I can't wait until the day that they can get the computational fluid dynamics done for the terrain. Oh my god, that'll be amazing. That'll completely change the low flight stuff that we do. It'll be more fun. EDF nuclear power plant, choose. Every time that I see EDF, my brain just wants to go, EDF, ED. If you know what I'm talking about, you know. I've never played those games, yet I've watched too many streamers. I don't know, nuclear power plant, black cloud coming out of it, I'm slightly concerned about that, but probably just in the shade.
Alaska 993, cleared through Bravo airspace.
Radio volume 5.
Alaska 993.
Pause, music. Alright, we'll see what we got here. Another point of interest. I think this is the largest nuclear power plant in France. And literally, we're in France right now. Over there's Belgium, over there's Belgium, and over there's Belgium. We're like in this little tiny pocket that is still technically France. I have a feeling when it was built, Belgium was not happy with that. I don't know. We'll see. There's probably a little bit of dialogue. Are we going to get anything?
Choose nuclear power
There we go.
station lies in the municipality of Chouse in the Ardennes department, France, on the Meuse River. The first reactor, Chouse A, was an early pressurized water reactor designed by Westinghouse. It was shut down in 1991 after an operational life of 22 years. The containment building of this unit was underground. 2 units of the N4 reactor design are currently in operation, Chouse B1, Chouse B2. Designed for a net power output of 1,450 MW, power was uprated to 1,500 MW in 2003. This was the highest nameplate capacity for any reactor design worldwide until the Taishan nuclear power plant in China began operation. The Taishan plant is an EPR design reactor with a net power output of greater than 1,600 MW per reactor.
Okay. Pause music. Now, it is 6:50. We probably only have an hour and 10 minutes worth of light left before we're done. And I'm continuing to check around me to make sure that we're not missing any point of interest. And we're also in Belgium again. Well, that's an interesting thing. Looks like it was a quarry, but now it's got water in it. I don't know. Little secret hideaway area, though. Samsung Red Claw, we'll get over there 1 year. We might be flying Flight Sim 2028 by the time we get there, but we'll get there. Pause music. Pause music. I don't know. I think it would be kind of funny if it just simply said, there have been numerous documentaries on this location. Please watch those if you want more information. And then just stops. That would be the best response. There is an abnormal amount of trees at this airport. But then again, it is an air base. And I see all the bomb bunkers. All the underground aircraft locations. Has there been, like, didn't it have, like, a fire or something on the roof a few months ago? Has anything happened with the shielding since then? All right. And continuing. Oh, no, the Chernobyl plant doesn't operate anymore, no, but it got hit with some kind of attack a couple months ago, and they had a fire on the roof. It's still underneath all that shroud stuff to keep all the radiation from coming out. Alright, continuing northwest. Alright, now, actually, I'm going to do an active pause again. Oh yeah, there's definitely a war going on there. I'm just saying that the Bush talk radio, I keep wanting to say Bush plane. The Bush talk radio, it's just a thing, so as you're flying over, doesn't matter where it is, it'll talk about point of interest. We're just discussing what it might be, if you flew over there. But we're a ways away right now. Alright, I am changing the playlist because we're going to be in Belgium for a while. So we're switching from a French 90s playlist to a Belgium 90s playlist. Probably going to be the same songs. We'll see. Wait a minute, I know this song. I mean, there's going to be some crossover with music all around the world, right? Looks like there's a farmer's airstrip right there. Not exactly sure. Don't say that too loud. Belgian might take offense. What do you mean? That there's crossover of music? Same songs? Well, not exactly the same songs, but there's going to be influence from the surrounding countries and media, right? So, like this song was also popular in the US in the 90s, so Pretty sure with media and everything, it probably became popular over here too. Same song, different language. Is there a version of this that's in... Like... How do I explain this? Is it playing the wrong version of the song is what I'm asking. Next track. Let's try something. Next track. Pause music. Let me see if I can find a playlist that might have the songs in... Let's see here. Yeah, I'm now looking at this. See, the problem that I also have here. The playlists are made by... The French take pride in their songs in their own language? Okay. Try this. And of course, now we have the ads playing. No point of interest on our current route, so let's go. See, I look over here. That right there is what is kind of giving the appearance as like a car driving on a dirt road at a distance. The problem is that there is none of that in the game, so that is very clearly like something terrain. Most likely some kind of quarry. We're gonna go and inspect that. But that's like the appearance that you get of a dusty area in the distance. Kind of is going at an angle, but again, that's probably just a texture of the ground. Denali Helicopter Company. Okay. Highway police over there. Yeah, it looks like a quarry. Alright, I am just over 30% fuel. 34%. I will definitely need to be getting fuel soon. As long as we don't have any crashes, we should get to the next location just fine, though. Yeah, it's a quarry. Can I explain the helicopter accident? How do you make the rotor and the tail to snap? Pause music. So, the thing is, like, there's going to be a lot of investigation on that incident that happened the other day. I think it was in New York. What I've seen from several videos is it looks like... Let's see here. I'm going to do an active pause. I'm going to go to external camera. So, from what I've seen of video, it looks like the helicopter snapped right here. And the catch with it is that if the engine is in the back up top, because that one was a bell, it's the same configuration. You have the cockpit with people, fuel tank, engine up top, and then this thing right here, there's a drive shaft. So the engine is spinning with a gearbox here, the main rotor and the tail rotor at the same time. Okay? There's literally a shaft running down this part right there to get to the tail rotor gearbox. When that snapped, because all of this section here was still attached to that drive shaft, the drive shaft yanked the entirety of the gearbox and main rotor off of the aircraft. Essentially, it broke here, followed by breaking here, and then this part fell forward and upside down into the water below, while the main rotor and the gearbox just went on its own direction. Right here, like this area of the helicopter is probably the most stressed of all the materials in the helicopter, because you have the gearbox is attached to it, all of this stuff that narrows down into this structure that makes up this. For example, this tail cone is literally that. It is a hollow cylinder, and that shape of it is what gives it the strength. If the brackets that hold this hollow cylinder to the rest of the airframe up here snap, then that's it, right? But yeah, from the video, it looks like this failed first, followed by a few seconds later, this detached, and then this is uncontrollable. And if you have no control, it does whatever aerodynamics tells it to do. But yeah, that's essentially what I'm seeing. Again, they'll probably do an investigation. Sim Volume 5. They'll probably do an investigation. They'll probably find that whoever was supposed to be doing the maintenance on it were probably not doing... Ah, shit. We're probably not doing the proper inspections. And apparently we have an engine malfunction now. Why do we have an engine malfunction? Oh, because... Oh, I see. God, I hate this thing sometimes. So I now have an engine malfunction because apparently when you do an active pause, it doesn't actually stop the physics. Oh my god. In forward flight, you're putting less stress on a helicopter than if you have it in a hover. And I had forward flight power requirements in a hover for... We sat there for like 5 minutes. Oh my god, now the helicopter's broken. I mean, yeah, it's... people being like, if it turns out that it's some idiot that was lazy and just pencil whipped the inspection record, yeah, you're probably gonna have some people go to jail. Sim volume 50. But it usually takes 2 to 3 years for a investigation to do its due diligence and figure out everything that goes on. Because I guarantee you, after that happened, there was probably already somebody going to the company that owned it to get the records of maintenance for the aircraft to make sure that people didn't throw something away or something stupid. Pause music. Pause music. You can hear the engine all messed up behind us. Ooh. So the engine sounds different when it gets damaged. You literally have metal on metal ripping sounds right now. Ooh, that's not good. Hold on. Okay, we're deviating. Closest airport is actually behind us. It's technically later on the route, but we need to get down and landed now. God, that's bullshit, though. Captain's log. Active pause is causing damage to the aircraft because it does not pause engine power. In a helicopter, because you go from full speed to in a hover and you're flying forward, it is doing forward flight power at a hover and it wrecks the engine. I'm making myself a note for a bug report later. That's a very concerning sound. I thought that was a song was playing in the background, but then I'd realize that it's literally the engine is wrecked. Oh, there's another power plant right there. Say Intentions doesn't seem to be loading up the next airport properly either. Brussels helicopter Sierra Quebec uniform Echo Echo inbound for landing from the north. Correction, from the west.
Helicopter Sierra Quebec uniform Echo Echo Charleroi Tower. You are currently on left downwind for runway 24. Winds 235 Landing will be at your own risk.
At own risk. Helicopter uniform Echo Echo. Radio volume 50. Alright, so I'm at own risk. Find any eggs? What do you mean by eggs? I feel like I'm missing something. Alright, so they said own risk. I don't have to use the runway. But I want to get down. We're going to replace this helicopter. We're also going to redo the route a little bit. See if we can get some of these other locations. But my helicopter is broken. Where is... There's the fuel. Is something Belgian related? Is that what it is? I am having to hold the stick really far back. But then again, we do have a tailwind. That thing's making some really, really nasty sounds. Horn off. I don't think there's a way to just fix the aircraft on the ground, is there? Alright. This aircraft's busted. Cover up, engine off. Alright. Okay, see... I'm now afraid to Google this. So you're making me open up a, let's see here. Oh, Alien Aircraft Retrieval Project? Yeah, no eggs. No eggs. Yeah, that guy. Didn't he get, like, called out for he never actually worked at those locations or something? That he claimed to be? When I saw the image of it pop up, I was like, oh, yeah, that's that guy. Okay. I didn't memorize his name or anything. Alright, let me do this now. Alright, back into the game.
Diamond 371, Bravo Charlie, turn left, heading 270, contact departure.
Rotors stop. Let's turn everything off.
Contacting departure, Diamond 371, Bravo Charlie.
Let's see here. Alright, so we're going to go end flight, because we broke our damn motor. Alright, so let's redo our flight plan here a little bit, guys. I'm going to take a little nav map. Bring it up to the top here, and we are going to... Now, we only have a little bit of daylight left, so I'm going to try to expedite this. Let's go F7. F7, we're getting rid of that location. Okay, so we're currently at Brussels South. We're going to put that up at the very top. So we're starting there. We're going to go this way, this way, this way. Now, this is the catch. These are our new point of interest that we need to go to. So as you can kind of see, and that changes our route a little bit. Just making sure that we actually get to see these things. Now, like all this down here, we will get those when we travel through France again in the future. But you can see how much it changes the route. Yeah, like, oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, that area, we'll just go there manually. We will figure that out as we go there. Holy shit. Holy shit. There's a lot of point of interest there. All right, we're not getting down there today though. So, yeah. All right. File. Export for 2024. Save. All right, back into 2024. All right, so we're going to start there. Departure. Start flight. And that way, we can load in the flight plan again. But now we have an aircraft that, 1, isn't damaged, 2, has a clean windscreen. 1, 2, 3.
Biplane 69er Sierra Mike,
4.
maintain 4,000 expect vectors for the visual 24.
We should not be hearing...
Maintaining 4,000 expecting vectors
We
for
should
the
not be
visual
hearing
24,
that.
69er Sierra Mike.
Until we're in the aircraft and the radio's on. Alright, so tower. Alright. Alright, so battery power, avionics. Horn check, that works. Rotor brake off, and clear left, clear right. Wait, what was that? Oh, that's my own shadow. Clear. Start that. Put the cover over it. So it is currently about 7:20 p.m. in Brussels. And that means that we have roughly about about 40 minutes before the sun goes down-ish. The sun apparently has been going down around 8. Let me do a quick check. All right, sunset is at 8:34 in Brussels today. So we might actually have a little bit, might be able to add a half hour onto it. All right, so now I'm going to go to Flight Planner. And we're going to load flight plan from PC. Documents. Open. Ah, shoot. Freaking, I hate this damn cough. Wait, what just happened? Okay, there it goes. Send avionics. We're good to go. Alright, so a couple other things. Let me get my little nav map back where I can see it. God. Is Easter next Sunday? Or is it the Sunday after? supposed to go pick up my grandmother, and we're going to my uncle's house for Easter lunch, dinner, something. Alright. So let's do this. Let's go... Nope. You. Down. You. Restart you. So then you should update on the map somewhere. Maybe.
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray, turn right, heading 240, contact departure.
It has me
240,
in a
contacting
place, but
departure, Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray.
whatever. Rolling up. Brussels South, helicopter Sierra, Quebec, uniform Echo Echo, requesting departure to the west. Hello? Well, that didn't work. Brussels South, helicopter, uniform Echo Echo, requesting departure to the west. Should be hearing me.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo. Runway 24, hold short. Skyhawk on the runway.
Runway 24, hold short. Uniform Echo Echo. Alright, picking up. Don't know why this aircraft spawned so close to me. It shouldn't. It's a large aircraft. I don't see a Skyhawk on the runway. Might be at the tail end.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo, winds 235 at Niner. Departure from the apron will be at your own risk. Dot dash. You do not say cleared for takeoff, unless it's a runway takeoff.
Okay. Departure at own risk. Helicopter uniform Echo Echo. Thank you. Alright, so I don't think it was a Skyhawk. Looked to be whatever the hell that was. A320. But they said we can depart from the apron. We're not taking off from the runway. Cool. Alright, continuing on. Next track. Next track. There we go. Alright, we seem to be right in that area where there's a lot of birds, so I'm going to go up a little bit.
Citation November 4, Tree, Mike Whiskey.
Radio volume 30.
Frequency 121.6.
Switching to ground frequency 121.6 citation, November 4, Tree, Mike Whiskey.
Bunch of wind turbines around us, but wind is maybe 7 knots, 7, 8 knots, so they're not spinning that quick. I am noticing, since I removed that fix roads mod, the roads do look a lot worse. It does some kind of thing where it actually lays down a road texture, so then it gets rid of the satellite imagery of the cars. But I guess they use GPS data to put all the roads of all of Belgium and France and all that stuff down, so I don't know. I have a mod for Germany only, but things like car parks, it fills the car park up with actual cars. So it's not just a flat texture of a bunch of cars. Do a quick check. I don't see any point of interest around us, so we're good to go. So with our route, we'll be going out, over, back down, and then back across, which is why we have this line going across us right now. We will be flying over this area again, just from that direction.
Helicopter uniform Echo Echo. You're leaving my airspace.
Leaving airspace, helicopter uniform Echo Echo. Thank you. Volume 30. Volume 40. Apparently there's a really good mod that replaces the clouds in the game. However, it doesn't seem to be working with Sim Update 2 right now, so they're working on getting that fixed, but thinking about using that. See if we can get some updated clouds at some point. I think I see an airport right there. So I think once we get to wherever we're going now, we're going to be turning and going that way, maybe. It's really hard to tell. Another quarry over here. Solar panels all along that hill that for some weird reason is replaced with a bunch of buildings. Talking specifically about that right there. Another quarry. There's big old holes in the ground. Yep, and here's our point of interest. If the thing is working again. Keep having to leave and come back because of some weird glitch.
Diamond Tree 71 Bravo Charlie, make a 260-degree turn to the right for spacing.
What would happen if I did a barrel roll?
60-degree right turn, Diamond Tree 71
This
Bravo
helicopter,
Charlie.
nothing would happen. Because this helicopter has a rotor system that can do a barrel roll. Other types of helicopters, not so much. A helicopter's ability to do a barrel roll is all determined by the type of rotor system it has. Some of them, such as a teetering rotor system, it's literally a teeter-totter on the top of the helicopter, and they're loose. So the helicopter's suspended from that, and everything's good. But if you get into what is called a low G situation, where you go up and you lower the collective, it's not making any lift anymore, and you do a parabolic arc and you get 0 G. Well, the body of the helicopter has inertia. The rotor has inertia. But if you don't have a load on that rotor, pause music. If you don't have a load on the rotor, what happens is that you give a cyclic input to do this, and the rotor will tip because you gave it the command to change its angle of attack. But the body of the helicopter, because there's no load being put on it, stays still, so the rotor snaps itself off. It's called...
RYZEN is a privately owned zoo and botanical garden located in Brugelet, near Arth, in the province of Hainaut, Belgium. The 65-hectare large animal theme park is located on the site of the former Cistercian Cambron Abbey and is home to over 4,000 animals. The name is taken from the Avestan word peri-diza, which is the source of the Persian word paradise. Paradise is owned and operated by Paradise Belgium SA, a limited company previously listed on NYSE Autonext Brussels. It is a member of the European Association of Zoos and Aquaria, and participates in the European Endangered Species Programme.
Okay. So it's a zoo. Sucks that they don't have any animals here, though. It should place a whole bunch of animals down.
That's cool, though. What was I saying? Yeah, so mass bumping is when the assembly of the rotor head literally in its rotation hits the actual center post coming up, and if you do that, it hits it multiple times because that rotor's spinning quite fast, and it ends up snapping off, and then bad stuff happens. So, yeah. All right. I'm gonna come in nice and low, and let's see if we can slow ourselves down.
German used during World War II. Shortly after its capture, the airfield was turned over to the Luftwaffe, and Chevreuse became a major air base during the Battle of France. On the 2nd of June, Jagdgeschwader 26 moved Messerschmitt Bf 109E fighters to the airfield, and on the 9th of June Kampfschwader 30 moved Junkers Ju 88A attack bombers to the field. Both of these units were heavily engaged in combat operations with the French and the British Expeditionary Force in France. KG-26 moved into France within a few days, while KG-30 remained at Chevreuse until September, taking part in the Battle of Britain. In addition to the Luftwaffe, the Corpo Aereo Italiano stationed Fiat BR.20M Cicogna and Kant-Z.1007 BIS bombers at the base on the 27th of September, also taking part in the Battle of Britain. The Italians received heavy casualties, and by December 1940 they were recalled to Italy. On September 3rd, Allied troops arrived and assumed command of the airbase. Once in American hands, combat engineers of the 9th Engineering Command 846th Engineer Aviation Regiment repaired the damaged airfield and applied numerous patches to the 2 concrete runways and taxiways of the field. It was declared operationally ready for combat units on the 16th of September, only a few days after its capture from German forces, being designated as Advanced Landing Ground A84 or Chevreuse Airfield. Although operationally usable, Chevreuse was a wrecked base from the numerous Allied air attacks and what was blown up by the Germans as they withdrew. The Americans made do with what could be repaired, with the 843d Engineer Aviation Regiment moving in what equipment was necessary to conduct combat operations. In October 1944, the P-47D Thunderbolts of the USAF 9th Air Force 368th Fighter Group and 8th Air Force P-51 Mustangs of the 361st Fighter Group were stationed at Chevreuse. During the Battle of the Bulge, the base was also used by the Hawker Typhoons of 123 Wing RAF. In March 1945, the 352d Fighter Group, equipped with P-51D Mustangs, were stationed at the base. By late 1940, Chevreuse had been taken off operational status by the Luftwaffe. The Germans found the airfield construction work incomplete, and began rebuilding and expanding the airfield. Construction began and 2 1,800 meters length concrete runways were laid down, extensive taxiways and dispersal pads, and a support facility consisting of maintenance shops, barracks, warehouses and hangars. The base became operational again in March 1941.
Okay. I didn't realize that that location had a dialogue thing too. Please, lady, read this fiction book for me. You might have to contact them and ask them what text-to-speech thing they use, because you could have, if you were able to find out what it was, you could have Voice Attack read it to you. Pause music. Alright, it is just after 7:40 p.m. Probably have about an hour worth of light left, maybe. We're gonna go as far as we can until we run out of light. Quick check. I do not see any point of interest around. Supreme Headquarters, Allied Powers, Europe. It's just a helipad.
Bonanza, November 6-4, Foxtrot Alpha 2, hold short of runway 30, traffic on final. Holding short of runway 30, Bonanza, November 6-4, Foxtrot Alpha 2.
All right, and 3, 2, 1, engine off. We are now in an auto-rotative descent. So this is essentially a helicopter glide. You notice that we're gliding kind of down.
Helicopter uniform, Echo, Echo. You're leaving my airspace. So long.
We're going to do a run-on landing. Ooh, did not like that. That was weird. I'm just going to hold it. There's the low rotor horn. Rolling back up. Okay, picking back up. Alright, and continuing on. So yeah, essentially I just rolled down the turbine engine so the engine wasn't producing any power to the main rotor. And we just did an auto-rotative descent. Practice glide, essentially. Alright, let's climb again. Because... nope, we got a perfect crosswind right now. Dang it. 12 miles to the next airfield. Quick check. No point of interest around. Bunch of solar panels down there too. Little dirt racetrack, it looks like. Dirt bikes or something. I see like the shadows from the, what do you call them, the whoops or whatever. Ooh, I'm getting a little bit of stutters there. Something loaded in.
Citation 433, Mike Whiskey, hold short of runway 12, traffic on final. Holding short of runway 12, citation 433, Mike Whiskey.
stop pointing at the control stick, please. Don't need to be highlighting the cyclic constantly. Yeah, so we have about a 10 knot tailwind right now. Airspeed is 140, ground speed is 148, 149. The hell am I seeing down there? Oh, birds. I was like, what am I seeing? I thought it was like... That's okay. Just seeing little tiny white specks. It's literally the seagulls. See, like that, that's your sheep and cattle down there. Whatever was going on with those birds, like, it looked like rain flickers, like when it hits a puddle, is what it looked like in my headset. That's what was throwing me off. Alright, wind is coming out of the west. Let's go down, scare some of these sheep, and then we'll hop over the trees and land at the airport. Might be cattle here. Horses too. Horses and sheep. All right.
Mustang 9er Kilo Uniform 59, enter left downwind, expect landing clearance. Entering left downwind, awaiting landing clearance, Mustang 9er Kilo Uniform 59.
Alright, picking back up. .60 knots of airspeed. All right. And push for airspeed. All right, this leg is 26 miles long. I need to do a conversion for kilometers to miles and nautical miles or something. Probably just
copy my temperature command, just edit the variables. Here we go. Game time?
17:52.
Yeah, that's behind. Is Belgium a time zone ahead of the UK? That airport we just landed at was in France. We're back in Belgium again. It is? Okay. Thank you, VR Jedi. Got Ryanair up there.
Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2, hold short of runway 30 traffic on final. Holding short of runway 30, Bonanza 64 Foxtrot Alpha 2.
I think I'm flying over a railroad. Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, it looks like railroad lines. Okay. That makes sense. Huge birds. Ooh, we're getting a little bit of loading lag in. Alright, and here we're about to cross that point again. So continuing our route. Panorama of the Battle of Watt something is our next point of interest. Do I have an instrument rating in real life? Yes, I have instrument, commercial, and private. So, if need be, if the weather got really shitty, switch over to terrain and I could fly that too. We seem to be having a lot of lag here. Just for shits and giggles, I'm going to go up a little bit higher, see if it's something loading on the ground. I just realized my awesome GPS thing is removed. So I've got to fix that too.
Skylane 422 Alpha Mike hold short of runway 27 traffic on final approach.
Holding short of runway 27, Skylane 422 Alpha Mike.
Alright, it is 8 p.m. We do not have much light left. And wherever this point of interest is in front of us, it's not showing on that. I'm having... Interesting. I could... Okay. I guess that's where we're going then. Panorama of the Battle of Waterloo. All I saw was panorama of the Battle of Watt, and I was just like, okay. Waterloo makes a lot more sense. Alright, let's start descending. We're already kind of at our speed limit, so we're just going to lower collective. These trees are thick as shit. Look how close they are to each other. So I think we have a mixture of... I think those trees replace the photogrammetry. Holy shit, those are close to each other.
The panorama of the Battle of
Pause
Waterloo
music.
is a rotunda in Belgium that houses a monumental panoramic painting depicting the Battle of Waterloo. The neoclassical building is located immediately to the north of the Lion's Mound on the battlefield of the Battle of Waterloo in the municipality
Thank you,
of
helicopter
Walloon
uniform
in the
Echo
Belgian
Echo.
province of Walloon-Brabant. The rotunda was designed by the architect Frans van Offen in 1911. It has an external diameter of 35 meters and stands 15 meters high, with a conical roof. The white painted brick walls of the rotunda are decorated with recessed blind arches separated by ionic pilasters, and crowned with parapet with a frieze of palmettes. The entrance porch has 2 pairs of Tuscan columns supporting a triangular pediment.
Okay. I don't know if it's going to talk about the other things.
Skyhawk 542 Alpha X-ray cleared for takeoff, runway 21, caution wake turbulence.
Are you talking about that one right there? That is, Say Intentions AI. Well, hey, here's the second lion I've ever seen in the game. Alright, gonna give me any new dialogue over here, please? But yeah, Say Intentions AI. Okay, nothing on that one. Continuing on. Pause music. Pause music. Actually, let me talk about the Say Intentions thing. Yeah, I recently became a Say Intentions partner. So, yeah, I've been greatly enjoying using it. And to me, the cool little bit is that because it knows where you are, it tries to find essentially a voice map of somebody with that accent. So the responses they sound proper. But it works really, really well. Alright, we're gonna go back to regular map, please. Turn that off. Next track. Now, it is a monthly fee to use it. However, given how much I've been playing this recently, I think it's worth it for me. It makes the streams a little bit more involved with actual flight operations. They do plan on having a free one at some point. However, it'll be limited on voices, so just be aware of that. Ugh. Sim volume 60.
Diamond Tree 7-1 Bravo Charlie, report midfield for left base entry.
Pause music.
Tower will report midfield for left base entry. Diamond Tree 7-1 Bravo Charlie.
I should also mention, there is also real life audio mixing with the calls you're hearing. So with me being tuned to the South Brussels Airport frequency, anybody who has ever used that airport before, if they opt into it, their voice might be saved, and then at a later date, say when I'm flying through here, it'll play that audio back again, just to be...
The Duke of Wellington initially held their ground while they obtained information about what had happened at the larger Battle of Ligny. They received intelligence that the Prussian army under the command of Prince Blucher had been defeated by the French army of the North under the command of Napoleon Bonaparte. Upon receiving this news, Wellington organized the retreat of the Anglo-Allied army to a place he had identified a year before as the best place in Belgium for him to be able to employ his reverse slope tactics when fighting a major battle, the escapement close to the village of Waterloo. On the 17th, aided by thunderstorms and torrential rain and before the arrival of Napoleon, Wellington's army successfully extricated itself from Quatre Bras and passed through the defile of Genappe. The infantry marched ahead and were screened by a large cavalry rearguard. The French harried Wellington's army, but were unable to inflict any substantial casualties before night fell and Wellington's men were ensconced in bivouacs on the plain of Mont Saint-Jean.
Okay, that one doesn't seem to have a dialogue. Let me double check that. Is there a way to have it play? That one didn't want to play. Interesting. Alright, continuing on. I'm gonna... Here, hold on, sorry. That thing should have had a bit of dialogue, and I want to play it.
The Battle of Ligny was fought on the 16th of June 1815, in which French troops of the Armée du Nord under the command of Napoleon I defeated part of a Prussian army under Field Marshal Blucher, near Ligny in present-day Belgium. The battle resulted in a tactical victory for the French, but the bulk of the Prussian army survived the battle in good order and played a pivotal role 2 days later at the Battle of Waterloo, having been reinforced by Prussian troops who had not participated at Ligny. The Battle of Ligny was the last victory in Napoleon's...
Radio volume 0. So, okay, so VATSIM. VATSIM is good if you're in an area that it covers. The problem is because there's not as many people doing ATC as there are people flying aircraft. The area that they cover is limited. I think they have permanent coverage on the west coast of the U.S. from, like, Seattle down to New Mexico. Like, that area only, because the airports are spaced out a lot further, and with that, they can have less ATC covering a larger area. That being said, there are some people that will do ATC in other locations, but it's dependent on time of day and if they're actually on. The other problem is that a lot of times VATSIM, the ATC people, some of them are professional ATC. Others are people cosplaying as ATC. And the problem with the people that are cosplaying as ATC is that they think they know everything, But you give them a helicopter and they break down. And then they get upset at you. And the problem with that is that ATC should never get upset, right? They should ATC. They should be in control of whatever the hell they're doing. The problem is that you have too many tryhards that are pretending to be ATC, and they flip their shit when a helicopter gets involved because they don't know the procedures, and because of that they get angry, and then it's like, no, just route me into the damn pad. I don't have to go over the damn runway. We don't do that. And I just found that, like, the say intentions, they actually give me routes in that, you know, that they would normally do with helicopters. Like, they coded all that stuff in there. So I don't have to deal with any of that shit. But it sucks because, again, you have people that when you tell them flight sim, in their head, they're just thinking about flying the jumbo jets around, right? And the catch is that that's not flight, right? That's one portion of flight. Commercial jets are one thing, but then you have general aviation and helicopter operations and all this other stuff, and people that go in and pretend to be ATC, they need to learn it all, not just the portion that they enjoy. They got to learn it all, right? So getting upset at helicopter pilots, that's on them. And I just decided I don't want to deal with that shit, and that's why I don't use VATSIM. Like, I have attempted to use VATSIM probably about 5 times over 3 years, and every single experience has been absolute shit because the ATC involved do not know how to route a helicopter properly. Next track. Plus, where I am right now, there is no VATSIM coverage as far as I'm aware. Not unless they're doing like a special event or there's just a random operating this area. They don't have the 24/7 coverage. About 258 miles from the rear location. Nice. We'll be getting into Germany at some point, but my route is just... my route's weird. The Citadel of Namur. Pause music. It's going to play the audio here in a moment. Oh, this is like built up on a hill. I'm pretty sure I'm mispronouncing all of that.
The Citadel or Castle of Namur is a fortress in the Walloon capital city of Namur, at the confluence of the Sambre and Meuse rivers. It is originally from the Roman era, but has been rebuilt several times. Its current form was designed by Menno van Coehoorn, and improved upon by Vauban after the siege of 1692. It has been classified as a site. The original citadel dates to 937.
Just
it achieved its present extent between 1631 and 1675, when the city was under Dutch control. This section was called Terra Nova to distinguish it from the smaller Median fort built adjacent in 1542 and ensuing
The giant
years.
turtle down here.
A variety of subsidiary positions were built in the 18th century. It was disestablished as a military post in 1891, superseded by a new ring of forts around Namur that were calculated to prevent the city from being attacked with artillery. This ring became the fortified position of Nama in the 1930s. The citadel was used as protected space for the PFN command post. Together with Dinant, Huy, and Liège, the citadel of Nama forms part of the so-called Meuse citadels.
Now, I gotta be careful. Again, I don't know what the actual physical boundaries of this model is. So, if the aircraft just destroys itself here, it'll reset. I don't know if it's gold or polished bronze or brass. Probably brass. Maybe bronze. Now, let's back up a little bit and go up. Germany split into North and South map packs and Flight Sim. Okay, yeah. See, I've got a German car park and road mods that clean up those sections. And then I've got a worldwide tree thing going on, so I don't know. Hasta la Vista. Okay, that is an awesome boat name. If you go on to shipping traffic website, you can probably find that boat. That's funny. This looks like a parade ground up top. Bunch of... well, a parade ground, and then right behind it seems to be some kind of auditorium. Yeah, something. Alright, let's get out of here. We're losing daylight. Pause music. Wait, what is this song about? Sorry, I'm just now kept realizing what the words are saying. Yeah, that's what I thought it was saying. Alright, let's get out of there. Alright, we're less than 30% fuel. We have another point of interest in front of us. Got a castle. Pause music. Got those shears on the power line to make them visible. I have to say that power line mod is probably one of the...
Franc-Roy is a chateau situated in Franc-Roy in the municipality of Fernelmont in the province of Nama. Wallonia, Belgium. A moat girdles the castle. The castle is adorned by French gardens, and an English-style garden sprawls over 120 hectares of the palace. The interiors are equally august as its exteriors. The indoor decor is classic 17th and 18th century, and is decorated with furniture, silverware, porcelain and tapestries. There are old books and paintings, a few of them Bruegels. A ferme chateau, or large fortified farmhouse, existed on the site in the 13th century. In the 16th century, the building and the grounds were acquired and refurbished by the de Groesbeek family, and later used as their summer residence. The 16th century block survives, still with a drawbridge and angle towers. Around the middle of the 18th century, Alexandre François de Groesbeek ordered the building of a large residential wing in a rural Louis XV style. The whole is surrounded by moats. At the end of the 18th century, the property passed into the possession of the Comtes de Croix, and later of the Comtes d'Andein, who still live there. The chateau has beautiful gardens in the formal French style, as well as a park in the English style, and an orangery. The interior of the chateau can be visited by appointment and contains lavishly decorated rooms with fine antique furniture, paintings and tapestries.
If they actually had a 3D model there, that would be a really cool thing to look at. Again, a lot of the point of interest in this are literally that, just a point of interest in the real world. They might not have custom 3D models, such as that building right there. Next track. Got a bunch of animals down below. I'm seeing horses and possibly sheep, maybe cattle. It was right where all the wires were crossing, so I wasn't going to dive down. We need to find an actual airport soon because we're about to run out of daylight. Let's get some more airspeed, please. What river is this? Oh. Little nav map has now become increasingly hard to read because of the shadowing. I can't see anything. There we go. Turn the day-night thing off. Can't see the river name. KMM is hauling ass above us. And that right there is the ground speed difference between a helicopter and a commercial jet. They're probably doing 500-600 knots while I'm doing 120. If you go onto Flight Tracker and search that aircraft code, KMM421, you can actually find that aircraft, where it took off, where it's going to, what its current ground speed is, all that stuff. They are hauling ass. Everything's reddish pink. Sun's going down, gotta go faster. I am at the limit of the helicopter's speed right now. Anything faster and we approach the never exceed speed, and bad shit happens. Next track. My biggest pet peeve right now with helicopter physics is it does not seem like the game is calculating gyroscopic precession. If it did, I wouldn't be tipped over to the side like this. The problem is if I level the helicopter out, I then have a really slow turn to the left, which I don't want. If you want to cancel that out by doing, and I'm at full right pedal now, it's still turning left because it's not calculating the gyroscopic precession on any of the control surfaces. So the side effect with that is I have to fly slightly angled to go straight. Should not have to do that. Alright, this leg is 41 nautical miles long. We're maybe 10 miles into it, so we have another 30 miles to go before we get to our next point. I'm gonna have to look for a mod to see if there's something that replaces all the bug guts on my windshield. Like, I've never done a flight where we've ever had this many bugs dead on the windshield afterward. I think my longest flight was like 6 hours. We landed at like, well, we refilled twice during that flight. Still didn't have this many bugs. Strained all the time, try to fly a helicopter in flight sim. Yeah, there's just a little bit of weirdness. This is the reason why I do these in-depth bug reports, trying to be like, hey, yeah, there's an issue here. This is what I think it is, but something is still wonky with the physics. Can be better. See, like, for example, here's full left pedal and full right pedal. Okay? Now the problem with that is that left and right pedal only did that. Well, look at where the tail rotor is. Tail rotor's above the center line of the helicopter. Tail rotor should be also adding in a twist component, and it's not. I should be able to level out the helicopter using my left rotor, like doing that, right? Like roll it that way, but it's not. If I do left tail rotor, that's it. That's full left tail rotor. That's full right. There's no roll component, or the roll component is extremely weak. if there is any. Like, I should go left. Yeah. It's not really doing anything. Again, I level the thing out. I'm full left pedal now. And I'm rotating to the left. It shouldn't do that. There's some weirdness going on. It's like, I have a feeling it's one of those things where they missed a single variable, and I think that variable is literally the gyroscopic precession variable. Because we don't get the... Pause music. We don't get the gyroscopic precession effects when you take off. So, okay, so let me talk about this a little bit while we fly along, because we got to fly along for a while. When you have a helicopter in a hover, right? You're drawing air through the top of the rotor disc, it's blowing out the bottom, and the air is kind of flowing like this, right? And it ground effect, all that kind of thing. When you are transitioning into forward flight, there is a point at which the front of the rotor disc starts breaking into air that isn't in the vortices of that downwash, okay? When you hit that point, suddenly the leading edge of the rotor disc, like think of the rotor disc as one big solid disc at this point. When that leading edge gets into that undisturbed air, well, it doesn't have that downward velocity. So suddenly that leading edge gets a lot more lift because of that undisturbed air. And when that happens, because of gyroscopic precession, so it's depending on which direction the main rotor's spinning. In this case, it's a clockwise when viewed from top. So the force happens in the front. Well, 90 degrees later, you're going to feel it 90 degrees later. So when that breaks out, the helicopter is going to want to roll to the left. This kind of helicopter. U.S. helicopter would be roll to the right. It would be the opposite way. And you get that wiggle. Well, then, as you continue to break forward, it'll be that, followed shortly by that one, because that's the advancing blade. So then, when that happens, the forces happen 90 degrees later, which causes the helicopter to want to pitch backwards. You see how that works, right? Now, this being a retreating blade, when you go too fast and you start getting retreating blade stall, well, if you lose lift on that, well, 90 degrees later, it's in the back, you lose lift, it falls backwards, right? None of that happens. Because watch this. That never exceeds speed is because you start getting retreating blade stall. So what I want you to do now is watch our airspeed. Okay? There is no gyroscopic precession in this game, and because of that, I can go all the way through retreating blade stall and the aircraft doesn't do anything. Okay? So right here is where we'd be hitting retreating blade stall, but look, nothing's happening. We're going well past it. Still no retreating blade stall. Nothing. Nothing. Still nothing. We've got 170 knots airspeed. Even double rotor helicopters can't go that fast. We should be having a huge force pushing us backwards, and when we don't. We have nothing. And that's what makes me think that because we don't have the wiggle taking off, you have a wiggle to the side, and then a wiggle pushing backwards, and then you don't have retreating blade stall. That just is telling me that there is no gyroscopic precession being modeled. Alright, point of interest checked. I am not seeing anything around us. But yeah, like that's the kind of stuff that... Do I have somebody behind me? Alpha, what now? What's up, dude? Hope you're doing well. There is somebody behind me. Don't know what aircraft you're in, though. Sorry, my neck is still hurting, so I can't completely turn around. I have to, like, get out of my chair to do something. The Bell 206 from Flying Side, yeah, I'm flying specifically the H-125 because I've flown this helicopter in real life. I don't fly the Bell because of that. I've never flown the Bell in real life, so therefore I don't fly it in the sim either. Also 125, nice. I need to try hopping into the Cohen Sim H125. It doesn't have all the features that 2024 have. I don't remember if it did retreating blade stall or not. No, Dietrich, it wasn't MacGyver. It's Alpha what now? And they're in the same kind of helicopter I am. MacGyver earlier was saying that he had to go to do something, so I was like, okay, if he's not there, who is this? Yeah, whoa, right? It's that 2%, Dietrich. There is that 2% chance that it can be somebody else, and it just happens to be this time. Alright, so already, we're still 2,000 feet above sea level, and the ground has been slowly rising up to meet us. We're only 500 feet off the ground, according to my radar altimeter. So... I have it, didn't have it in 2020, yeah. That's the same reason why I got the Cohen Sim one for 2020 as well, is because there was no H125 available. It's just, it has some weirdness in 2024. Like, for example, the fuel gauge, even if you fill it up, you can only tell if you only have a quarter tank or less fuel. There's just weird stuff like that with it that I'm not going to use it until stuff like that gets fixed. So, yeah. Next track. Alright, we have a point of interest directly in front of us. Foy, Belgium. Pause music. Play that song after we get to this point. VR Jedi, I think the current... Okay. For Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, the current live version of the game is okay. Sim Update 2...
Foy is in the Ardennes Forest region.
Hold on.
An area of more than 11,000 square kilometers. It is largely in what today is Wallonia, the French-speaking area of southern Belgium, but it extends into France, Germany, and Luxembourg. In World War II, Foy was heavily occupied by German forces during the Battle of the Bulge. The US 101st Airborne Division held the Bois Jacques just outside town. After being relieved by General George S. Patton's U.S. Third Army, the 101st retook the town. On January 2, 1945, the 1st Canadian Parachute Battalion was assigned to patrolling duties and to aid defense. It took part in the general advance passing the towns of Marker, Foy, and Band, with its participation ended after the Allies captured Band. During the operation, the unit sustained a few casualties in active combat. This was the only Canadian unit to take part in the Ardennes offensive. The role of the Canadians was small compared to that of the Americans, acting as more of a substitute for the 101st when that unit was called elsewhere. A monument to the American paratroopers was built in 2004 at the edge of the Bois Jacques, south of Foy.
And multi-shot Matt, no problem, dude. Take care. Yeah, I'm currently doing the land at all airports in whatever country I'm in challenge. So I'm gonna be in this area for quite some time. Wonder why these two quarries are separated like that. Huh. One looks completely overgrown now, or it might be filled with water. Alright, I wanted to slow down there to let that dialogue end before
During
we get to the next
December
one.
1944 and
Here we go.
January 1945, E Company and the rest of the 101st Airborne Division fought in Belgium in the Battle of the Bulge. The 101st was in France in December when the Germans launched their offensive in the Ardennes. They were told to hold the vital crossroads at Bastogne and were soon encircled by the Germans. E Company fought in frigid weather under German artillery fire, without winter clothing and with limited rations and ammunition. Between the days of 1 to the 13th of January, the company took control of the Bois Jacques Woods in Belgium, between the town of Foy and Bizery. E Company was assigned to capture the town of Foy. Division headquarters ordered the attack to begin at 0900 hours. During the assault, newly appointed company commander Lieutenant Norman Dyke led E Company forward, then ordered 1st Platoon to the left and lost contact with them. Dyke ordered the remainder of the company to take cover after coming under fire. With the unit unable to proceed, he was informed by his subordinates that they would get killed if they didn't advance into the town, as they were now unprotected from enemy fire. At the same time, Captain Richard Winters, former company commander and now battalion executive officer, radioed to Dyke, telling him the same thing. Dyke ordered 1st Platoon on a flanking mission around the town, and then found cover and froze, ignoring Winters' orders. As Carwood Lipton, 1st Sergeant at the time, later put it, he fell apart. According to Clancy Lyle, Dyke stopped because he had been wounded in the right shoulder, not because he had panicked. In either case, Dyke was immediately relieved by 1st Lieutenant Ronald Spears under orders from Captain Winters. To countermand Dyke's previous orders, Spears himself ran through the town and German lines, linked up with the item company soldiers and relayed the order. Having completed this, he then ran back through the German-occupied town. Carwood Lipton later stated that the Germans were so shocked at seeing an American soldier running through their lines, they forgot to shoot. Spears was reassigned as commanding officer of E Company and remained in that position for the rest of the war. With the capture of Foy, the Allies defeated the German line in Bastogne. Afterward, E Company and the rest of the 506th PER moved into Germany. The 101st Airborne Division was awarded a unit citation for holding the line at Bastogne. E Company suffered 82 casualties, including 15 killed in action.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to get a screenshot here. Sorry. I was just trying to get a screenshot of the lights floating over the top of the thing. I'm gonna put a bug report in for that because it shouldn't be. They shouldn't be floating 20 feet over the turbine. It should be, you know, mounted on the top. Can't seem to get multiplayer working today. It's activated in the options, but the option itself is grayed out. You talking about when you are in the place where you choose where you're going to start in the upper right, where you have like flight options, where you pick like live, all players, live players only, real weather, whatever, in those, or somewhere else? St. Hubert Airfield, helicopter Sierra, Quebec, uniform Echo Echo, inbound for landing. Why did it change my frequency? Relogging to Microsoft Store services didn't help. Well, my problem right now is I think this is the last airfield. Like, the next 10 points are points of interest. So this is where I think I actually have to stop for the night. Let me get to multiplayer, or get back to the main menu, and we'll take a look. There's a bright orange car down there. Alright, we're gonna park right next to the fuel truck, so it can top us off. Never fly over other aircraft, that's not good for them. If you have a 2-ton helicopter, it's having to displace 2 tons of air to stay airborne. So, yeah. Engine off, fuel pump off, pitot heat off. We're good. Just pull the damn rotor brake. Probably keep the landing light on until we're done. Weird. I'm having weird reflections off of the thing down below me when I move the control stick. Alright. Close enough. Alright, let's quickly go back to main menu and see if there's anything weird going on with the servers, maybe. So usually, when I'm in this, I click on the flight conditions, and here, those are the settings I use. I never use live, because if you use live, you only play with other players that also use live. You have to use all players for some weird reason. If it's not connecting, I'm just... Random question. If you hit Alt-Enter and go to windowed mode, what version number do you have in your title? Do you happen to have 1.4.11 by chance? Because that's the only thing I can possibly think of. 1.3.23. Okay. Do I play Elite Dangerous in near future? Corsair is purchasable for ARCs. Yeah. I am an Elite partner. I streamed flying the Corsair when the partners got it for a week in advance. Usually they give me a free one, so I'll have one to fly again, but I haven't played Elite recently, no. Trying to think what else would cause it to... My other problem is I don't know what the... You received a new friend request. Moo. Accept. Okay. I don't know. I'm trying to think what would just testing that work. Yeah, see that works fine. So like, I mean, the only thing I can possibly think of that would prevent, like, I see it just fine, but I am in the newest Sim Update 2. If I'm in Sim Update 2 Beta 3 is what I'm in. If I had stayed in Beta 2, it wouldn't let me connect. So double check and make sure that you are on the newest version of the live client. Because even if you're like a version behind, I think one of the things it prevents this you connecting to the server because it's a version behind and the data might not be the same. So that would be something to check. Let me... I've got down detector as one of my quick checks for things. TikTok has a problem right now, apparently. Minecraft has a spike. I'm not seeing anything for Microsoft Azure services. Like I don't see anything major going on internet-wise right now. I'm just trying to think what else would be weird. But I literally had one time where I was flying, and they pushed out an update while I was flying, and in the middle of the flight, I got you have been disconnected from multiplayer or something like that. And I had to exit the game, update the game, and then go back in to get multiplayer back. So that's what made me think it was that, maybe, but yeah. It's working now. Yeah, I don't know. It's freaking weird. It's freaking weird. I gotta put the headset back on. It doesn't work unless I have the headset on. Or... no, it doesn't want to work anymore. What? Can we... there we go. Alright, so I think that's where we're going to end. EBSU. So, yeah, there's Alpha What Now right now. Another player. I don't know if it puts... oh, they've got a little... that's a little grass strip there. St. Hubert Air Base and St. Hubert itself. Okay. All right, let me do a quick check here. Damn cloud stuff. Well, the cloud stuff, do this. Let me do Control Tab. Let's go out of VR. Here. If you've got a bunch of clouds and can't see shit, go to this... shit, no, I can't see. Go to this thing. No, click off. Stop. Click on this right here. And this lets you pick layers. Satellite view will have clouds. Blend view will not. Map view... I don't know. It's supposed to... you can also use this to turn that stuff on and off. Wind effect. Is it going to show the wind effect? No, that's high altitude. Ground altitude, low altitude, high. So, ground airspeed is 3 knots. Turn that off. Oh, the cloud hosting. Yeah, that too. Sorry, I thought you literally meant these clouds. There's a lot of those clouds. I'm just now curious why I'm not getting a map view here. Oh. Oh no, that's zoomed out. Oh. So it goes from map to satellite imagery as you zoom in. If you just zoom out and had satellite view, it would just have the clouds. Interesting. Still, you can use blend view to just get rid of the clouds if you need to. What did I say? EBSU. Okay. One moment. Flight sim. EBSU is where we stopped tonight, and it'll be our pickup point next time we fly. All right, so it is 2 p.m. for myself. Let me go on to my Twitch follow list and see if there is another streamer that is online that... Hold on a minute. Forgot that I logged out to log my bot in, and now I don't have my own... I don't have a... Oh, damn it. Well... Shit. So, my mom had a green-winged macaw, big bird. Sadly passed away this morning. That sucks. My mom has always had big animals. They had the macaw, and then they had, they have had several Great Danes. Great Danes only live to be about 9 or 10 years old, so... MK, yeah, I think this bird was close to 60 or 70 years old. So, it was an older one. And sorry, I'm trying to find my authenticator thing to log on to Twitch. Of course the ads play now. Where the hell's my Twitch login? There it is. Okay. One moment. And submit. Yeah, I need to... I have the two-factor authorization on everything when it comes to my streaming stuff. All right, let's see here. Who is live that I know that I'm going to get you guys over to go see? Oh. I'm not seeing Hecka streaming right now because they've been working a lot on that cat avatar for VR chat, so I've been dropping into their stream a bunch. Actually, I know another person I'm going to raid. This person is one of the people that I tend to go to their DJ sets in VR chat. They just started. So I'm going to get you guys to go listen to some music. I'm going to send you all over to go see 2.0. So with that, guys, thank you all very much for hanging out. If you are watching on YouTube, the stream is going to be ending here shortly. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today. And I hope you enjoy the DJ set coming up. So we'll see you all later. Take care.